She don't talk romance, she don't need no ring. All she wants is my dick swinging like a bull on a string. Riding reverse cowgirl, moaning loud a beat. Clapping like a honky-tonk drum, smacking them cheeks. Bounce on this coat till your knees go weak. Swallow every drop, girl, don't you leak. From your throat to your pussy, then a slide in your cheek. She don't want no halfway, she only wants it balls deep.
Man, I think that's why Truth ain't here this morning. I think she may be getting it balls deep right now.
Booty in the air like a flag on a pole. I'm digging in that shit till I'm touching her soul.
I mean, I am
She don't
streaming
say
it.
stop,
I think
she
she's
just
getting it
begs
balls
go
deep.
steep. Gagging on this dick while I'm pounding balls deep. Bounce on this coat till your knees go weak. Swallow every drop, girl, don't you leak. From your throat to your pussy, then I slide in your cheek. She don't want no halfway, she only wants it balls, balls deep.
It's different.
Balls deep, baby. Balls deep, baby.
Oh, balls deep.
That's the only way she sleep, baby.
They still ain't started. What do you know? Who's shocked? Who the fuck is shocked they ain't started yet? This is not a singular event. Every time we bring our ass to Memphis to cover one of these trials, that's how it be. Hey, Truth, that's your theme song. You want to hear your theme song again? You want to hear it one more time, Truth? Mad said that's your theme song. That's what Mad said. So just let me know if you want me to play it again, and you know I'll run it back because court probably ain't starting until about 10:45. So just let me know. I'm here all day. This is ridiculous. Oh, let me just keep playing AI songs until it starts.
She got a coochie so tight and clean, with a grip so mean it'll snap your pain. That kitty don't purr, it bites and it screams, got me sweating through sheets and seeing my dreams. It's wetter than a creek in a hurricane, hotter than a stovetop cooking propane. Every time she
Sing that shit, man. Sing that shit.
she'll drain my soul through my goddamn vein. Her pussy brings life, it rewires my brain like touching a socket in the pouring rain. It grips, it pulls, it sucks me dry, got me cussing, praying, damn near cry like a lasso rope on a rodeo steer. Once it locks on, I ain't getting clear. It shocks my heart, it breaks
It's
my
never
brain.
too early to talk about sex. Never too early.
That coochie got power I can't explain, like touching a socket in the pouring rain. She rides me hard like a buck and steer. Neighbors pound the walls, but I can't hear. Boots fly off and my hat hits the floor. When that grip locks tight, I come begging for more. She don't need lube, don't need foreplay. That coochie got torque like a Chevrolet, bites down hard like a pig.
morning. Good morning. Y'all sound very refreshed. All right, we're ready to get that started. State you may call your next witness.
The state calls Special Agent Brock Sane.
Good morning. Stay right here. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm and tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have a seat, sir. If you could speak loudly so the jury can hear you like you're trying to reach the back of the room for me, please. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for this record, please?
Brock Sane, B-R-O-C-K, last name Sane, S-A-I-N.
And Special Agent Sane, where are you employed?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with them?
I'm on my 16th year.
And what position do you currently hold?
I'm Special Agent in charge in the Administrative Services Division over the support unit.
Okay. Have you always been in that division?
No, I have not.
Where were you prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a Assistant Special Agent in charge in the Medicaid Fraud Control Division. Prior to that, I was Special Agent Investigator in the Medicaid Fraud Control Division. Before that, I worked in the crime lab here in Memphis as a Special Agent Forensic Scientist. I worked in the Drug Identification Unit and the Firearms and Tool Mark Identification Unit in the crime lab in Memphis.
Okay. So when you were in the crime lab, what did your job duties entail?
When I was in the Firearm and Tool Mark unit, that was from 2016 to 2020, roughly around that time, and I identified, examined firearms and ammunition components to determine whether or not those ammunition components were fired in a particular firearm and if the firearm was in operating condition.
So prior to the TBI, could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I graduated from there in 2009.
And have you ever testified about your findings in a firearms report?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I don't know the exact number. In firearms, more than 10.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert witness as pertaining to firearm identification?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
All of those, 10 to 15 times.
And was that in Shelby County or other counties?
Other counties, federal court here in Memphis, and other counties across West Tennessee.
Your Honor, I would tender Special Agent Sane as an expert in firearms identification.
No objection.
All right.
We'll tender Special Agent Sane as an expert in firearms identification.
Agent Sane, I'm going to pass you a document. Do you know what that document is that I just passed you?
Yes, this is a copy of my lab report for firearms identification on a TBI lab case.
Okay. And was that case involving a homicide that involved Miss Latasha Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. And you completed that firearms report?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if we could enter the firearms report into evidence as the next number exhibit.
Any
No,
objection?
no objection.
All right, we'll show exhibit 20 as the firearms report.
Thank you. You can pass that back. Yes. Thank you. So Agent Sane, what evidence did you receive to make that firearms report?
I received a Ruger EC9S 9mm Luger pistol, a magazine and some cartridges. And then I also received 7 9mm cartridge cases from a crime scene. And I received 6 bullets from the Shelby County, from the medical examiner's office.
And who did you receive all of that from?
It was received from Chris Roberts from Collierville PD,
Okay. Do you remember the date that you received all of that?
April 10th of 2019.
Agent Sand, I'm going to pass you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 3.
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you. If you could open that up and tell us what you see.
It's a Ruger EC9S 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And is that the same gun that you received from Detective Roberts?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Agent Sand, I'm going to pass you what has already been previously identified as Exhibit 6. And what do you see?
Evidence received from at the TBI crime lab with my markings on it, my evidence tape, and it's the evidence examined in this report.
Okay. And for all of that evidence that we just went through, were you able to analyze all of it?
Yes.
And did you compare the Ruger handgun to the bullets and casings that are in there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the bullets and casings, were they found on the scene and from the medical examiner?
According to the submittal form, yes, they were.
Okay. And could you walk us through what you did when you examined them?
Yes. Should we just talk about, in general, the firearms? And so in the laboratory, we take the firearm, if there's a firearm in question, take it in the laboratory to examine it. So I would do test fires. Take that firearm, and we have a tank in the laboratory full of water, and it's a stainless steel tank. Shoot that firearm into that tank and collect known bullets and cartridge cases that were fired in that gun. So those are my knowns. I know what those have. I look at those under a comparison microscope to look at the individual characteristics or the mechanical fingerprint of that firearm that were left and impressed and scratched upon those cartridge cases and bullets by that particular firearm. If I have evidence pieces such as these, bullets and cartridge cases, I take those and compare those under a comparison microscope to see if they have those same individual characteristics as the known test fires from that particular firearm. I look at those under the comparison microscope to determine if they were fired from that particular firearm or not.
And did you bring anything to demonstrate the test fires to the jury?
Yes, I did. May I use it in front of the jury? So, may I step down?
Yes.
So this is an aid to help you see what I'm talking about. This is a cartridge. So this is what the ammunition is loaded into, that semi-automatic pistol. It's loaded into that firearm. When the firing pin strikes the rear of this, the bullet, there's an immense pressure in the back. It pushes the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. So that bullet travels down the barrel of a firearm. Inside that barrel, there are raised areas, lands and grooves, and it looks like the stripes of a candy cane. So the point of that is to put a spiral, like a football, onto that bullet so it can go towards its intended target. So once that bullet is forced down that barrel, it's scratched by that metal, that hard steel inside that barrel, and the scratches are left upon that bullet. I examine those scratches on that bullet compare them to my known test fires. I do the same thing with the cartridge case. The pressure of that firing of the bullet down the barrel presses it against the rear part of the firearm, and when it's ejected, there's also other scratches that are left on the cartridge case. So I can look at a cartridge case and compare it to another cartridge case, or a bullet compared to another bullet. And that's how I can identify whether or not they have those same individual characteristics from that firearm that were placed there by the firing of that ammunition down the barrel.
Thank you for that. I do have a general question. So is it unusual to have a shell casing but not have a bullet?
No, it just depends on the situation. A cartridge case is ejected from a firearm and usually lands a few feet from where that firearm was. A bullet is fired down the barrel of a gun, and it can go until it comes into contact with something or until it runs out of speed or energy.
So specifically for this firearms report, what were your results?
So the results of this testing was, I examined the firearm and it was in normal operating condition and the safety features functioning. There was a cartridge and a magazine. There were cartridges and a magazine. And then once I test fired that firearm, the test fired cartridge cases and bullets from Exhibit 1A, the firearm, were microscopically examined in conjunction with the cartridge cases in Exhibit 2A. There were 7 cartridge cases and the 6 bullets in Exhibits 2B, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3E. And based upon the comparative examination, sufficient agreement of those individual characteristics, all of those ammunition components had been fired in that firearm.
Okay. So all the casings or the bullets have been fired from that Ruger?
Yes.
So if you could take a look at your report one more time. How many bullets came from the medical examiner, and were there any other bullets found in the scene?
I received 6 bullets. One of those was from the crime scene, and then the rest of those were from the medical examiner. So one of those says it was from crime scene.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Saint, not Detective.
Agent Saint.
Agent Saint.
That's fine.
Special Agent Saint.
Yes, sir.
I just have a few questions for you. So you were asked to, as you described, you were asked to examine these bullets in this, that came from this Luger, correct?
I was asked
Ruger, I'm sorry.
to examine the firearm and compare it to those pieces of evidence, cartridge cases and bullets. Yes,
And that Ruger, that's a 9mm, correct?
that's correct.
And it's relatively small.
Yes, it is.
You examine a lot of different types of weapons, correct?
Yes.
And a 9mm, is that a fairly common weapon?
Yes, it's, I would say, one of the most common firearms that I examined.
A lot of law enforcement carry a 9mm weapon.
A lot of law enforcement does, yes.
And this particular one is relatively small in size, correct?
Yes.
And were the bullets that were fired from it small in size?
They're the same as all 9mm.
Okay. And you're not here today to offer to this jury that you knew what happened between Brodus Perry and my client Latasha Daniels, are you?
No, I did not.
Your main thing that you're here to testify about today is that you examined those bullets, you examined the gun, correct?
Correct.
You tested the bullets,
Yes.
and just to tell us that you can say that those bullets came from that gun.
That is correct.
And that's the extent of your testimony, and that's the extent of your involvement in this case?
That is.
No further questions?
Rita, Rick,
No further questions, Your Honor.
all right, you may step down, sir. State may call in the next witness.
State restaurant.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna excuse you at this time. The lawyer and I need to have some discussions, so I'm gonna show you excuse, for a recess, okay? And again, we're still not ready to discuss the case.
And for folks in the fans in your chair for me.
Are there any motions at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we would like to make a motion for judgment of acquittal. As to count 1, first-degree murder, even in a light most favorable to the prosecution at this point, we have testimony that Ms. Daniels, when she arrived in this location, was happy to see Ms. Ms. Archie. They were in an enclosed apartment together with no threats. Mr. Brodus Perry came home together in an enclosed apartment, no threats. And it wasn't until something happened outside of the hearing of Tabitha that the shots were fired. After the shots were fired, officers have described Ms. Daniels as being non-responsive. When Ms. Perry testified, she testified that Ms. Daniels was yelling, "He broke my heart." And so I would submit that as to the count 1, that only the threshold for voluntary manslaughter has been met. As to count 2, criminal attempt, first-degree murder regarding Tabitha Perry Archie. Your Honor, I would submit that the proof has shown that Ms. Perry testified that when she and Ms. Daniels were interacting with each other, she had to say, "You shot me." Ms. Daniels said, "No, I didn't." She said, "Yes, you shot me." And Ms. Daniels said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Ms. Perry even told Detective Roberts that she didn't think Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her when that happened. She suffered an injury to the far side of her shoulder, which would not be a lethal injury. There was never any threats between Ms. Daniels and Ms. Perry. There was never any animus. For Ms. Perry, Your Honor, I would submit that reckless endangerment at best is what has been established as to Tabitha Perry Archie, which would then eliminate count 3, the employing a firearm.
All right, state.
State is opposed to the motion for judgment of acquittal. The testimony is that the defendant bought a gun on the same date that she showed up unannounced at Mr. and Ms. Perry's house. She brought that gun inside the house, and for whatever reason, there's no testimony that anything unexpected or that should have caused an unreasonable response happened. They were walking out the door after talking for a while. She turned around and shot him. She discharged the gun at least 7 times, hit him at least 5 times. In the midst of that, she shot Tabitha Perry in the shoulder. I assume the court is going to charge the jury that if your intent is to kill another person and you accidentally hit another person, it doesn't matter that it's what you were trying to do. And if you just unintentionally hit another person, it would still be first-degree murder or criminal attempt first-degree murder. And pulling goes along with that. I think the evidence is overwhelming, and the case should go to the jury.
Your Honor, as to counsel's argument regarding almost a transferred intent, that may have been the case, I believe, if Mr. Brodus Perry had not died. But then to say she killed Brodus Perry, and in trying to kill Brodus Perry, she shot Tabitha Perry, that becomes a reckless action. The intent is here. It can't be on both. So, Your Honor, I would submit that as to Tabitha Perry, that transferred intent should not apply. Secondly, nothing in the indictment indicates that the state was pursuing a theory of transferred intent here. It says that in an attempt to premeditatedly kill Tabitha Perry, that this happened. It doesn't say anything about a transferred intent in the attempt to kill Brodus Perry. That would be an attempted felony murder. That's not a crime in Tennessee, according to State v. Kimbrough. So, Your Honor, I would submit reckless endangerment is where we fall as to Ms. Perry.
I'm not aware of any law that requires us to indict the transferred intent in any specific way. I would be interested to see if there's any that have been provided to the court. Again, the jury's going to be charged that if she were attempting to kill one person and hit another, and to say the fact that she was actually successful on her first attempt, on the attempt to kill Mr. Perry, that somehow negates the fact that she shot Miss Perry. I do not believe that's the law.
Your Honor, I can provide the court law that says if you're trying to shoot someone in self-defense and you shoot another person, that is a reckless act. You can't transfer the acting in self-defense against this person to the person that you accidentally shot. That becomes a reckless act, not that intention.
But we're not in self-defense, though, either.
And that's just an analogous situation. There is case law regarding, if you are trying to shoot one person and you don't succeed in shooting one person, but you shoot another person, then there's case law to support that. But when this other person also gets shot, then you end up in, I think, some double jeopardy issues with having the same intent covering 2 different crimes. I think the intent here is the allegation of premeditated. If there was an attempt to commit a premeditated act and someone else was injured, then that then becomes a reckless act.
All right, well, I have heard the arguments, and so the court's going to begin the analysis on the first-degree murder. The standard on a motion for judgment of acquittal is, after viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trial fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense. And the court looks at the legal sufficiency of the evidence and not the weight of the evidence. So, first starting with first-degree murder. There are 3 elements for first-degree murder. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Rose Perry. The wife testified that she observed the defendant shoot Mr. Perry multiple times. Dr. Erica Curry testified that the defendant was killed by a homicide. So that element, there's enough evidence for that to go to the jury. And second, that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. I think from the evidence that's been presented, the defendants alleged to pull the gun out, shot the victim several times, and last, that the killing was premeditated. The evidence that has come in at this point is that the defendant purchased the gun in Sherwood, Arkansas on April the 4th of 2019, drove 3 hours to Memphis, went to the victim's residence, and shot multiple times. So looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that there's enough evidence for first degree murder to go forward to the jury. Looking at the second count, criminal attempt, first degree murder, as to Tabitha Perry Archie, one, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of first degree murder against the alleged victim Tabitha Perry, and 2B, that the defendant did some act intended to cause an essential element of first degree murder to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part, and 3, that the alleged victim Tabitha Perry suffered serious bodily injury. The evidence, Ms. Perry testified that the defendant was shooting at the Mr. Perry, but she told Ms. Perry to get out of the way, and she shot, although she may not have intended to shoot Ms. Perry. There's something that is called transfer intent. And so, although she may not have had the intent to shoot Ms. Perry, she had the intent to shoot Mr. Perry, and in the process of that, Ms. Perry was shot. And so, also in terms of serious bodily injury, Ms. Perry Archer testified that her shoulder was injured. She said that she had pain in her shoulder. There was a bullet that was lodged in her shoulder that had to be removed. So the court finds that there's enough evidence for the criminal attempt first degree murder to go forward to the jury, looking at the light most favorable to the state. And last, count 3, employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous offense. There's no doubt, that based off the testimony at this point, the defendant employed a firearm. Ms. Perry testified that she saw the defendant shoot the victim. There were bullets that were found inside of Mr. Perry, so employment of the firearm, that element has been met. The defendant employed a firearm in the commission of the shooting of Ms. Perry, the criminal attempt murder. The court finds that there was enough evidence for criminal attempt murder, and there was a bullet that was found in Ms. Perry's shoulder as well. And so, in the commission of her, in the commission of the gun being employed, Ms. Perry was shot. And last, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. The defendant told Ms. Perry to get out of the way, and she shot the gun. So the court finds that there's enough evidence for each count to proceed to the jury, looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're welcome. All right, are we ready on Momon?
No, I'd like to reserve a moment until after we have our first 2 witnesses, and Ms. Daniels has been able to hear all of the proof as it stands at that point, for her to then make that decision.
Okay.
So if we could, after Dr. Bidding, take up the Momon hearing.
Okay.
And if I may just step out and make one quick phone call to make sure that we are good on logistics, we'll be ready to go.
All right. We'll take a recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not another motherfucking break. Not another motherfucking break. Y'all, they ain't started at 10 o'clock, and they done had 2 breaks already. Bruh, it's been 40 minutes. They had scheduled for 9:30. They started after 10. I'm just giving them 10 o'clock, but they didn't start at 10. I went live at 10. If they still wasn't ready, they came on, said 2 words, break. What the fuck? They have one motion to one witness, one motion to dismiss, and we on another motherfucking break. I can't stand our judicial system. I just seen the funniest shit ever. Y'all know how at one point, um, Flexi and Terry was doing Terry and Melissa, and Flexi was playing Melissa. Well, Melissa done found her a nigga to play Terry, and apparently they've done several shows as this thing, and they got another one coming up, and he ain't his feelings. But I mean, I don't know. I've just seen the flyers that have been posted. I don't know, but I mean, it's only fair play because I mean, shit, he did. I'm gonna see if I can upload the video right quick. Is no fuck Melissa, but Melissa got what the fuck she deserved because she talk shit. A nigga's allowed to defend somebody. She she could just talk. She went into trying to doxing and getting up with him and head and them, and yeah, she just did the most. And was having a threat. She didn't just keep it simple talking. And then she called me. She said I was a dog and hurt my damn feelings. I started bleaching my skin after that bitch said that. The fuck? Yeah, called me a darker and she darker than me. Except for when she got on makeup. But yeah, she been doing she been playing that shit is funny. That's poetic justice to me right there. Hold on, let me show the. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I should be able to send it to this computer. They done made a whole little a slideshow of all the shit they done did and got coming up. But most of these that look like was in September and shit of that nature. We in October. Then they got some shit coming in December. The 29 who she was seen Terry was her and Melissa on the same show. So I'm sure that's gonna burn him up as well. Congratulations to them folk. Congratulations. But now she good now. She in good stand now. I get, but she the goddamn most. She just did so. She got everything she deserved. All that other shit. It's part of the battle. She can get grace now, but it was part of the battle. Because I'm doing a lot of shit, and it's like three PS5s hooked up on this damn internet. Okay, you're gonna have to entertain the crowd then, cause I'm finna drop down. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'm finna drop down.
Oh, I wish you were still. No more pain and no more sorrow. This don't feel.
I was just talking. I said, "Nah, that scene was from him at his grandma's funeral." But he in his feelings though. He's definitely in his feelings because turnabout is fair play. He was able to have her portrayed, she portraying him. Yeah, I said I've never heard of that dude. He can't be no damn star.
wish to put on any proof?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the first witness will be Officer Dunlap.
Okay, your face is us. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Ryan Dunlap, RYANDUNLAP.
Officer,
Officer, yes.
where are you currently employed?
Collierville Police Department.
Were you also employed there on April the 4th of 2019?
I was
How long have you been with Collierville?
since 2017.
Okay. I want to take you back to April the 4th of 2019. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Did you go to an apartment complex in Collierville?
I did.
And why did you go to that apartment complex?
We received a shots fired call.
When you went to the apartment complex, you went up, did you go up some stairs
I did.
and then towards an apartment?
Yes.
If I may, Your Honor, publish part of cumulative exhibit 12.
Yes.
Officer Dunlap, is this the apartment that you responded to?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about where you were in relation to where this picture is taken when you responded. Where were you standing?
Outside the doorway, probably 5 to 10 feet from the actual doorway.
Okay, so you actually could have like taken that picture from where you were standing.
Yes.
Okay. When you responded on the scene, did you see anyone?
I saw Officer Draper and Officer McLean talking to an individual on the bottom floor. And then
Okay.
they went upstairs and I followed them.
And that was another tenant of the building?
Yes.
And after that conversation, y'all went upstairs?
Yes.
When you went to the apartment, did you see anyone inside the apartment?
Yes, I saw 3 individuals. 2 were laying on the ground and 1 was standing behind them holding a gun.
Okay, and that was a man and a woman on the ground
Yes.
and a woman standing.
Yes.
And that was Latasha Daniels that was standing.
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw Miss Daniels, she had a weapon in her hand.
She did.
Do you remember seeing that?
I do.
Did anyone give her any verbal commands about putting the gun down?
Yes.
Do you remember how long you were at that door?
I do not recall.
As people were giving her these verbal commands, do you recall what you saw Miss Daniels doing?
Just standing there, staring at us.
Did she seem responsive to you?
No.
Did you see her at any point raise the gun to herself?
Yes. After standing there for a minute, she knelt down and put the gun next to her head.
Did you see her, and I'm not asking you for any content of what anyone else said, but did you see her or hear her speaking softly to herself?
I'd have to refer to the reports, but I don't recall anything.
Would it help you to refer to your report?
It could.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
That was just issues of force.
In my report, it states that she stated that she had ruined her life.
Well, and we're not, I don't want you to say what anybody said. Do you remember hearing her speaking to herself?
I I can't recall.
Did you note that she was?
I did note that
yes,
she was speaking.
That she was speaking softly, and that she was not really communicating with y'all?
Correct.
And during this interaction, y'all were yelling at her, right? I need
Yes,
to answer
sorry.
all that. Thank you. Court reporter's taking everything down that we say.
Gotcha.
And as you were yelling at her, she was not really registering what you were yelling. Is that a fair assessment of what you saw?
I guess so.
Now, at some point, you said you saw her put the gun to her head.
Yes,
Do you remember seeing that?
I do.
When you saw that, could you see the gun?
I could.
Are you familiar with guns?
I am.
Do you know what it looks like when the slide is cocked back
I do.
and the gun is cleared?
Yes.
Did Miss Daniels' gun have the slide back, or did it look normal?
It looked like the slide was not locked back.
Okay, so it looked like it was
It
in
looked normal. Yeah.
And if she had put the gun to her head and that slide was back, is that something that you would have noticed?
I would assume so.
At some point during this interaction, there was a decision made to use a less lethal round. Do you
Yeah.
remember that?
I do.
Do you remember the first gun misfiring?
I do.
Do you remember another officer going down to get another weapon?
I do not remember which officer it was, or
Do you remember that that happened?
I was focused on her. I wasn't really focused on what they were doing.
But at some point, Officer Jenkins deployed that less lethal round,
Yes.
and then Ms. Daniels was taken into custody.
Yes.
Prior to that point, you indicated that you saw Ms. Daniels put the gun to her own head.
Yes.
Did you ever see her point the gun again at the two people on the ground?
No.
At any point did Ms. Daniels point the gun at the officers?
No.
At any point did she threaten the officers?
No.
At that point in time, did y'all deem her to be a threat to herself?
Yes.
If I may, Your Honor, just a moment. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. You may step down, sir. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Amanda Bidding.
You just have to swear, right?
Do you swear to affirm and tell the whole truth? I do. All right, you may have a seat, ma'am.
That's your step.
Proceed.
Would you please state and spell your name?
My name is Dr. Amanda Bidding, Amanda, B as in boy, Itting.
How are you employed?
I work full-time at Vanderbilt University Medical Center as an assistant professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences.
Your Honor, may I pass forward a document? Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my curriculum vitae.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next number exhibit. I believe that's 21.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'll show, curriculum vitae marks exhibit 21.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Bidding, can you tell me a little bit about your professional career, starting with your education?
Yes. I obtained an undergraduate degree from Eastern Kentucky University in psychology. Then I went on to get my PhD in clinical psychology from Sam Houston State University, which is in Texas. As part of getting your PhD in clinical psychology, you have to do a year of clinical work under supervision. I did that year at Utah State Hospital in Provo, Utah, where I did forensic evaluations and also
And Dr. Beaver,
treatment.
excuse me, you can
Yes.
speak up for me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Like you're trying to reach the back of the room.
Okay.
All right.
After my time at Utah State Hospital, I had my PhD, and then I did another year of specialized training in forensic psychology for the state of Minnesota. After all of that, I was a licensed psychologist, and I worked for several years at Utah State Hospital doing forensic evaluations and participating in training. I also did some treatment, and then I came to Nashville and started working for Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Most of my work at Vanderbilt is doing forensic evaluations, but I also do treatment and then training with psychology trainees and psychiatry trainees.
Do you have any special licenses or certifications?
I am a licensed psychologist. I am certified by the state of Tennessee to do like court-ordered evaluations for people that are charged with a crime. And then I'm also board certified in forensic psychology, which means that I went through a rigorous process where people who are experts in the field of forensic psychology reviewed my work, and I had to defend that work to them, and then they said, yes, we think that you are, you do high quality work, and so then I was board certified by the American Board of Professional Psychology.
Now, you indicated that in your practice now, you have both forensic and clinical practices, right?
That's correct.
And in the past, you have also engaged in clinical evaluations.
That's right.
What is the difference between a clinical evaluation and a forensic evaluation?
A clinical evaluation is typically where a psychologist sees someone to figure out if they have some sort of mental health diagnosis. We'll give treatment recommendations, whether that is for a school or for them to go seek treatment somewhere else. A forensic evaluation is when a psychologist evaluates somebody specific to a legal question. So whether the person is having mental health symptoms, that would be relevant to something in a legal case. That would be able to speak to their ability to get through their case, maybe their mental state at the time of whatever they're accused of doing. There are other things, but it would be related to something in the legal arena.
Does that forensic examination require distinct training above the, or aside from the clinical?
It doesn't require distinct training, however, it is highly recommended because it is different than the typical clinical work that most psychologists do.
And you have that forensic training?
I do.
Have you taught any classes, anything?
Yes, I've taught mostly through supervision. So I supervise clinical work, but I've supervised trainees doing forensic evaluations and then have taught never a full course. Actually, that's not true. I did teach a full course in forensic psychology, but then also do like short, hour to 3 hour long lectures sometimes on forensic psychology.
Which kind of brings me to my next question. Have you published peer review articles and have you been a presenter at continuing education seminars?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
I've published, I think, around 7. I've been an author on about 7 peer-reviewed articles. Presented at a conference approximately 15 times over my career, and then been asked to present at other talks, I think approximately 5 to 10 times.
Have you received any specific honors or awards?
Yes, the honors and awards that I've received are mostly from graduate school, but the biggest honor in terms of since I've become a licensed psychologist is that board certification in forensic psychology.
Are you a member of any professional associations?
Yes, a member of the American Psychological Association, and then kind of a subgroup of that, the American Psychology and Law Society.
Have you previously testified as an expert in a court of law?
Yes.
Have you testified for the state?
Yes.
Have you testified for the defense?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to tender Dr. Amanda Bidding as an expert in both clinical and forensic psychology.
Any objection? will show Dr. Amanda Bean is declared expert in clinical and forensic psychology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Betting, whether you're testifying for the state or for the defense, does that matter as to what ultimate opinion you render?
It should not. One of the main principles of forensic psychology is to always try to do an objective assessment. So to give opinions and come to conclusions based on the information that I review versus what side hires me.
And why is that important?
For multiple reasons. I want to be helpful to the court, and if I come in and just give an opinion that the attorney wants me to give, that's probably not very helpful. But also it makes people not look very credible if they come in and their conclusions aren't based on the actual information that they had and they seem biased.
In this case, did you meet with Latasha Daniels for an evaluation?
I did.
Now, I want to be clear, you are not coming before this jury to say that this is not guilty by reason of insanity, right?
That's right.
Can you tell the jury what not guilty by reason of insanity means?
Not guilty by reason of insanity is a plea someone can enter when they are asserting some sort of mental health defense. Typically, a defendant, if they plead not guilty by reason of insanity, they're trying to say, I was so mentally ill at the time that this happened that I didn't really understand what I was doing, or I didn't really appreciate that what I was doing was wrong.
Is the threshold, how high is the threshold for that degree of mental illness?
It is very rare for someone to be that severely mentally ill at the time of a crime to not really understand what they're doing or not be able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions. So it's a rare defense.
Would that actually require almost a psychotic event?
Most of the time, it is because the person is having psychotic symptoms, yes.
And psychosis is different than regular mental health issues.
Psychosis is under the umbrella of mental health issues, but typically psychosis means that the person is out of touch with reality. They're not assessing the environment accurately anymore.
Another aspect of kind of the legal area of your field would be diminished capacity, right?
Right.
Now, because of limited information, were you able to make a determination on diminished capacity here?
I was not.
And that's because Ms. Daniels couldn't remember a part of what happened?
That's correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about the sources of information that you used in coming to the determinations that you did about Ms. Daniels, okay?
Okay.
Do you recall kind of generally what types of sources you used?
Yes, I was provided some information by Ms. Fuchs that included like discovery information in the case, so police reports, recordings of the 911 calls. I was also provided some journal entries from Ms. Daniels herself. I also interviewed Ms. Daniels. I spoke to a collateral contact, and I did some psychological testing with Ms. Daniels.
Did you also just watch Officer Dunlap testify?
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about the evaluation part of it. Is it common in psychology to have the person that you are examining be your primary source of information?
In forensic psychology, we certainly don't want the defendant to be the primary source of information. Many times when I'm trying to assess someone's mental state, they're the person that's best able to tell me their mental state, but typically that needs to be corroborated. There needs to be some other data that supports what the defendant is saying, and typically that comes from things like police reports, observations of the defendant at the time of the offense, 911 recordings, body cam footage, things like that.
Getting ahead? Here, did you get self-reporting from Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
And then compare it to corroborating information?
Yes.
Did you find corroborating information?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to kind of shift gears a little bit and talk to you about Ms. Daniels' background, okay?
Okay.
Did you discuss her childhood with her?
I did.
Did you find any particular trauma history in her childhood?
Yes.
What trauma history did you find in her childhood? You don't have to give a detail, but in general.
She detailed being physically abused by her mother during her childhood and emotionally abused by both her mother and her stepfather in some ways.
Do you recall her stepfather being abusive with her mother?
She also witnessed domestic violence between her stepfather and her mother.
Do you recall if there was any psychological impact from having to hide that from other people?
I don't know that she described psychological impact at the time, but she described how when she was a child, it was expected that she present like everything was okay. When they were in public, her stepfather was apparently a pastor. And so it was kind of the expectation that all of those things that were happening inside the home be kept secret, and that no one knew those things. And so she kind of had to like put on a happy face, for lack of a better term.
Do you still see the manifestation of that mentality currently?
That's certainly how she described herself functioning throughout the rest of her life, of kind of pushing down any sort of negative things that were happening in life and presenting herself like she had it all together.
Does Ms. Daniels have a family history of mental health? And I don't want you to get into details there, but just generally, does she have a family history?
Yes, she said she has a family history of mental illness and substance use problems on both her mom and her dad's side of the family.
I want to talk to you briefly about her educational history, okay?
Okay.
She has a master's as a licensed clinical social worker, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Can someone who is that educated struggle with mental health?
Absolutely.
Can someone who is in the mental health field struggle with mental health?
Absolutely.
Would that be uncommon?
I don't know. I don't think I can answer that question with any real data. I certainly am aware of several people in the mental health field that have mental health problems themselves.
Now, I want to talk to you about Ms. Daniels' relationship and mental health history, okay?
Okay.
Based on your evaluation of her, did you find those two things kind of going hand in hand?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Daniels had been married at a young age.
That's correct.
Do you remember whether that resulted in a divorce?
It did.
Do you remember the psychological impact of that divorce on Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
She described that divorce kind of breaking her in a sense. Divorce was seen as sinful in her family. I think she kind of viewed it as a failure on her part. And she became so emotionally distraught at the ending of her marriage that is when she described attempting suicide.
Now, she did then get remarried, based on your information, right?
That's correct.
And did she describe any emotional trauma from that marriage?
Yes, she described that marriage as just generally unfulfilling. She felt neglected, ignored, unappreciated. She kind of described feeling like she had kind of pulled him into the marriage and that he was never really wanting to be with her, is kind of how she felt during that marriage.
He was very emotionally distant with her?
That's what she described, yes.
And that was, she suffered some pretty severe depression symptoms during that marriage, right?
Toward the end of the marriage, they were married for about 8 years. Toward the end of the marriage, she described starting to have depressive symptoms, not wanting to go home, frequent crying, kind of losing some motivation, feeling hopeless.
Do you remember her describing sitting in the driveway and crying at the thought of having to go inside?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you then about her next step in counseling, okay?
Okay.
She told you that she and her husband that she'd wanted her husband to go to counseling, he wouldn't.
That's right.
So she sought out spiritual counseling.
That's correct.
Did she tell you why she sought out spiritual counseling?
The way that she described it to me is that she wanted someone, I think, to kind of give her assurance that her relationship with God would not be affected if she got divorced again, if like another marriage ended. And so she wanted to talk to somebody in her church about that.
And at the time she reached out for that counseling, was she endorsing depressive symptoms at that point?
She described to me having depressive symptoms at that time, yes.
Now, that's kind of her background, right?
Yes.
Okay, so from there, I want to shift to the psychological testing that you did, okay?
Okay.
What is the PAI?
The PAI is a common measure that's given by psychologists. It's a self-report measure. You fill it out yourself. And essentially it's questions that get at any sort of mental health symptoms that you're having at the time that you take the test, a history of mental health symptoms, and then it asks questions about someone's kind of general personality traits.
Did you give Ms. Daniels the PAI?
I did.
And what were your determinations after that test?
So kind of her results on the test. There are some scales on the test called validity scales that give me information about whether the person was endorsing a lot of symptoms, to where you might be concerned that they're trying to like look more ill than they are, whether the person was being sort of defensive, where they're like not endorsing anything, or if maybe they were confused by items. So that's the first part of the measure. And Ms. Daniels' results suggested that she was not endorsing things that most people do endorse. So not endorsing some negative aspects of herself that many people would be willing to endorse. So she was a little defensive. There was also some evidence that she might have been confused by some of the items, but not to the point where I couldn't like interpret the other scales on the measure.
So the defensiveness that you were describing, is that also known as underreporting?
Yes.
What is underreporting?
Well, underreporting, just in general, is where somebody does not endorse having symptoms that they really are having. The scale on the PAI can't tell me exactly why she kind of elevated that scale. It could be due to several things. It could be due to a person knowing their symptoms and choosing not to report them, but it can also be due to somebody not having insight into their symptoms or their problems. So just not really like knowing that they have these issues.
Did you make any specific findings about Ms. Daniels' personality?
Based on that measure, she was endorsing things, so even though she was a little defensive, she was endorsing a history of trauma, a history of some sort of traumatic event that was still bothering her. She also endorsed a history of kind of chaotic or stormy relationships. She endorsed kind of a lack of sense of self, kind of like problems with identity and knowing who she is and where she wants to go in life. Those are the things that I'm remembering right now.
Did she, in your assessment of her, did she test as being someone with anger issues?
No, that did not come up at all on the measure, which that measure does assess for anger issues.
Did she actually assess in the opposite direction?
Thank you. Yes, she, her responses on that measure suggest that she's actually kind of the opposite. She's passive, meek, doesn't like hostility, doesn't like conflict, and tries to probably avoid conflict.
The validity scales that you were talking about, are those what are also known as a malingering test built into the test?
Yes. It's not a test designed to assess specifically for malingering, but it's related. It's essentially like, is this person's reporting of symptoms something that I think is reliable?
And what is malingering?
Malingering is when someone over-endorses symptoms, where they, it's typically what happens. They endorsed a lot of mental health symptoms for the purpose of some sort of secondary gain, like getting disability benefits or trying to get out of like a prosecution in a case. Malingering can also be like acting like you have a lack of knowledge about something. That you have like a lack of memory when your memory's really fine. So it's not just kind of an over-endorsement. It can also be like a lack of knowledge or a lack of symptoms.
Did you have concerns about her regarding malingering?
No,
Did you have any concerns with her regarding over-reporting?
no,
Despite her under-reporting, were you able to rely on the results that you found?
yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the next test. What is the trauma symptom inventory?
It's a similar measure. You fill it out yourself. It's just specific to a history of trauma and assessment for trauma-related disorders like PTSD. So similarly, it has some validity scales and then some scales to tell me what sort of trauma symptoms she's endorsing, if she's endorsing any.
Okay, and what were your results?
There were no issues with the validity scales, no evidence that she was endorsing a lot of stuff or under-endorsing things. The only thing that she endorsed in terms of trauma-related symptoms was an avoidance of memories related to her trauma and avoidance of things that would remind her of her trauma.
What does that mean?
That means that she doesn't like to think about the things that have happened to her in the past, and she avoids thinking about them.
Is that a common personality type that does that? Kind of pushes things down?
It certainly can be. It's certainly common among trauma-related disorders, and there are some personality traits that are often common with a history of trauma, where you would see the same thing.
So what was is the result that defensive avoidance, or is there a more specific result on that test?
No, the defensive that's the name of the scale that she elevated, is defensive avoidance. And what that means is that she's just avoiding those reminders and avoiding those memories.
So what was her specific results on that trauma inventory?
That was it. That was the only scale that she elevated.
Okay. Did it indicate evidence of trauma?
Yes.
Does it indicate particular trauma?
No, it doesn't give any information about the type of trauma the person has experienced.
And again, did you have any concerns about malingering during that assessment?
No.
Did you have any concerns about over-reporting during that assessment?
No.
Did you have any concerns about under-reporting during that assessment?
No.
Okay, so now I want to kind of shift gears to your evaluation regarding her mental state. Okay?
Okay.
You did review the discovery.
I did.
What stood out to you, generally speaking, in the discovery? Particularly regarding immediately after the offense.
So a lot of the discovery were police accounts. When police arrived to the scene, Miss Daniels is described as standing in the kitchen area, holding a gun, kind of talking to herself, not following commands from police to drop the gun, and kind of intermittently pointing the gun at herself.
Did you hear that consistent with Officer Dunlap's testimony?
Yes, and I believe I read his report.
Did you also review Tabitha Perry's statement?
Yes.
Did anything in her statement stand out to you regarding Miss Daniels' mental state?
So Miss Perry's statement essentially talked about how, this happened, and she remembers seeing Miss Daniels kind of go into the kitchen. Another thing that stood out is that at some point, Miss Perry apparently kind of tells her to leave, that the police are coming. And Miss Daniels says, no, it doesn't matter, and doesn't leave, even though Miss Perry is telling her to get out of there and that she won't say anything to police, essentially.
Did anything strike you about the fact that she wasn't responsive with the officers?
I mean, it could mean that she was so distressed, she wasn't able to pay attention to what was happening at the time. You know, there are, I think, different things that it can mean. What it means at the most basic level is that she was not responding to the officers like most people would if officers have guns drawn at you and are telling you to put down a gun.
During your evaluation, were you also provided a suicide note?
Yes.
Is something like that important to your evaluation?
Yes. In this particular evaluation, it was her account to me that she was feeling suicidal around the time.
And you had some medical reports indicating depressed mood and suicidal ideations around this time?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Daniels did talk to you about her version of events, right?
Yes.
With your evaluation, did you find objective evidence that corroborated what Ms. Daniels was telling you?
Yes. So the things that I found that were corroborated were that she was feeling suicidal around the time, that she was depressed around the time, and some corroboration for the things that she talked about that were happening in the relationship with the victim.
Okay. And so did you find corroboration of, were you provided corroboration of the fact that she did purchase a gun that
Yes.
day?
Yes.
But that was after she had written the suicide note?
I don't recall the exact time. I would have to look back in the documents.
If the suicide note that you were provided was written on April 4th, 2019 at 3:14, that would be before April the 4th, 2019 at 4:37 p.m., right?
Yes.
Did you find that sequence of events to corroborate her timeline that she provided you?
Yes.
Did you see a Marco Polo video that corroborated her saying that she had a discussion with Brodus Perry earlier that night before going to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you see Tabitha Perry's statement that corroborated that Ms. Daniels went to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you see reports from police officers and the statement of Ms. Perry that kind of corroborated what Ms. Daniels was telling you about her mental state at the time?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the conclusions that you made in a clinical aspect regarding Ms. Daniels, okay?
Okay.
Did you make any diagnoses of her?
I did.
What were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Daniels with major depressive disorder, which means I believe she was having depressive symptoms around the time that were severe enough to impair her functioning.
Did you make any other diagnoses of her?
I also diagnosed her with an unspecified trauma-related disorder. There was evidence in what I had that she had some symptoms of a trauma-related disorder, like that avoidance of memories and that avoidance of triggers. There was some evidence in the PAI of kind of distrust of people, but she was not meeting criteria for PTSD, which is a specific type of trauma-related disorder. She was displaying some symptoms of a just general trauma-related disorder around the time.
And again, you can't tie that to a particular trauma, right?
That's correct.
And did you have any other assessments that you made regarding her?
I also diagnosed her with an unspecified personality disorder with borderline and dependent traits. So personality disorders are where someone has personality traits that cause them problems. In the case of Ms. Daniels, those traits are things like difficulty regulating negative emotions, so like difficulty kind of knowing what to do with negative emotions. Some of that history of suicide attempts, that's common with somebody with borderline personality traits. This lack of sense of self, or this difficulty with identity, is common in both borderline personality disorder and dependent personality disorder, where oftentimes the person kind of relies on other people to give them a sense of self and a sense of fulfillment. And I certainly saw that in her history of relationships, where she often kind of sought reassurance and did things that maybe she wouldn't do otherwise to kind of please the people that she was with. And that's common among somebody with dependent personality disorder.
And did she actually endorse that history with Brodus Perry, with her doing things that she was not comfortable doing?
Yes.
Can trauma affect your memory?
Yes, absolutely.
And because of Ms. Daniels' inability to remember during this traumatic event, you were unable to determine whether she would have met the criteria for diminished capacity.
Can you repeat that for me?
Absolutely. I'll try to do it more clearly. In order to make a determination about diminished capacity, she would have to be able to remember to give you specific details, right?
She would, or there would need to be other information that would tell me more about her thinking at the time, and I didn't have either. She didn't remember, and I didn't have anything that would give me that information otherwise.
And when we talk about specifically diminished capacity, that's at the moment of the act, right? Not
That's-
later and not before,
That's
right
correct.
then?
Yes.
So because she could not remember, well, that immediate event, you were not able to make that assessment.
That's correct.
But a traumatic event can affect your ability to recall.
That's right.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Dr. Biddy?
Biddy.
Am I saying that correct? My name's Kevin McAlvin. I'm the prosecutor for the case. And I'll have a few questions for you. Are you the treating therapist for Ms. Daniels?
No.
So you're here as an expert witness hired by the court or somebody to come and testify as to what your findings were?
Yes, I met with Ms. Daniels just the one time for the purpose of this evaluation.
So your relationship with her began after this event, after the homicide.
Yes, well after.
Is it fair to say then that your opinion is based at least on large part from either what she self-reported to you or retrospective accounts of what happened?
Yes, that's fair.
How many times have you testified as an expert?
Roughly 15 times.
How many times for a defendant?
I don't have the exact number. More often for defense than prosecution.
You, I think testified you diagnosed the defendant with major depressive disorder.
That's correct.
Where does the criteria for that come from?
The criteria for that and any other mental disorder comes from something called the DSM. It's kind of the manual for mental health professionals that.
And that would be the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, is that correct?
That's right.
You found that she does not meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's right.
Does the DSM or even your diagnosis state that a person suffering from depression is incapable of forming an intent to kill?
No.
In fact, there are millions of people who suffer from depression.
I don't know the exact number, but there are many people. It's a very common mental health disorder.
the vast majority of them never commit a violent act. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that depression itself is not the equivalent of a psychotic break?
That's right.
It is not a condition that renders a person legally incapable of thought or planning.
It's not one that commonly does. It can, but it would be unusual.
Unusual for depression to render a person incapable of thought or planning.
That's right.
A person that's depressed can work, pay bills, go on with life as a general rule. Would you agree with that?
I can't answer that with a yes or no, because to be diagnosed with a mental disorder, it has to impair your functioning. And so many times people with depression, that's the functioning that it impairs. It impairs their ability to go to work or to pay their bills or to eat, sleep.
You testified that she did not meet the criteria for insanity.
That's correct.
And so by that, your testimony is that she understood the wrongfulness of her act.
I did not find evidence that would suggest that she was unable to understand the wrongfulness of her act.
So you're aware, I think you testified that you purchased a firearm before driving to the victim's house?
That's correct.
Purchasing a firearm would require planning. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
It in fact requires that she go through like several steps. You've got to have an ID. You've got to, there's all kinds of things you have to do to purchase a firearm.
That's my understanding, yes.
And she was able to do all that.
Yes, I assume so.
You're aware that she drove over 2 hours after purchasing the firearms to the victim's residence, a residence that she had never been to.
I'm aware that she drove from her home to Memphis. I think the information I had indicates that she drove to like a cigar lounge or something first before going to the
Before going to the location.
Yes.
Commuted a substantial way after purchasing the firearm
Yes,
and eventually ended up at the victim's house.
correct.
Would you agree that that requires concentration, navigation, purposeful action?
Yes.
Did the information you had indicate that when she got to the residence that Mr. Perry was not there?
That's correct.
Did it also indicate that she had a conversation with Mrs. Perry while they were waiting for the defendant to show up?
That's correct.
That appeared to be a normal conversation that didn't raise alarms and Miss Perry necessarily. And
I don't recall anything in discovery that conversation raised any concerns for Ms. Perry.
so those are not random, confused, or disorganized actions in my mind. Would you disagree with that?
I do not disagree with that.
Would you agree they were sequential and goal-oriented?
Yes.
In Tennessee, are you aware that premeditation doesn't really even have a time period? That it can happen like in a matter of seconds, and all that's required is reflection and judgment before the act is done.
I'm aware it does not require a specific time period. The phrasing in the statute is always a little confusing to me. It's something like sufficiently free from passion and excitement to be able to exercise reflection and judgment, something like that.
Right. So there's no specific time period. So there's no we got to give this person a count to 10 to cool off. There's nothing like that under Tennessee law, right? It's just reflection and judgment.
That's my understanding. And the reflection and judgment, again, statute says something like it has to be sufficiently free from passion and excitement.
Does the fact that she realized that she needed a weapon and the fact that she went to purchase the weapon indicate judgment to you?
I think yes, she made some judgments to purchase a weapon and have it with her.
Does the ability to drive from Little Rock, Sherwood, Arkansas to Memphis and then to Collierville to a specific location show judgment and the ability to carry out a plan to you?
Those actions suggest she was able to plan at the time.
Is it fair to say that a person suffering from depression can still make a reasoned decision to do things like that? So depression in itself would not keep a person from doing those things, from making those types of reasoned decisions?
Again, it's like the typical psychologist answer is that it depends. And I do think it depends. There are some people who can be depressed and it not affect their judgment or reasoning at all, and then other people where, again, that could be something, and research suggests that depression absolutely does affect someone's ability to make decisions.
But we've just said, or you just agreed with me, that she made a judgment and she took part in, there was a process of planning that went along with what her actions were that day.
I agree that her actions suggest she was able to plan and make judgments.
She admitted to you that she was heartbroken, upset, angry that the defendant, I'm sorry, that Mr. Perry wanted to end the relationship with her.
She described to me feeling heartbroken and I forget the other words you used, I'm sorry.
Frustrated.
I don't recall her mentioning anger. It was a lot of kind of like internalizing, like I am heartbroken, I'm not enough, I'm a failure. I don't remember her talking about being angry.
Did she indicate to you she was frustrated that he would not tell his wife about the relationship they were having?
Yes, I believe she did tell me that she was frustrated about that.
Does frustration mean anger?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she talk to you about being under financial stress, at least in part because of money that she'd spent on going on trips with Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Did those feelings cause her to feel anger, frustration, regret?
Certainly regret. Again, I don't remember her talking much about feeling angry at the time.
So those are powerful emotions, right? Even if it was just frustration over the fact he wouldn't tell his wife, anger over the fact he wouldn't tell his wife, heartbreak over the fact that he wanted to end the relationship, and regret over the fact that she had spent money and was now in financial distress. Those are emotions, right?
Yes.
Strong, powerful emotions. Would you agree with that?
They certainly can be. Yeah, they can be intense emotions.
And those emotions are independent of your diagnosis of major depressive disorder. Would you agree with that?
The only emotion part of a diagnosis of major depression disorder is kind of the low mood or, sadness is kind of the emotional part of depression and
So-
hopelessness.
Is that a yes? They're independent of that?
Well, I'm not sure. Emotions are not independent of it. So I think heartbroken you could put under sadness, and sadness is part of depression. Am I answering your question?
I think so.
Okay.
You testified a little bit about, and I don't want to go into details about it, but prior suicidal ideologies at least.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about, there's a difference between a suicide attempt and a suicidal ideology, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the difference?
The term psychologists often use is suicidal ideation. It just means thinking about suicide. It could even mean considering suicide. And of course, an attempt is when you actually try to kill yourself.
And you talked about she had past suicidal ideation.
Yes.
And then you also talked about a note that she wrote to some family members on this day that you saw.
That's correct.
Individuals suffering from suicidal ideation, do they often focus on their own suffering?
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of the reason, right?
Yes.
Do people often have those thoughts and express those thoughts at stressful times, like when a relationship that they don't want to end is ending?
My most honest answer I can give you is that it depends. There are some people that when they have suicidal ideation, sometimes that immediately leads to like a suicide attempt. There's more impulsivity there. And then for other people, it's more of what you're talking about, where really it's like a stressor comes up, it brings up these thoughts of wanting to die or just kind of wanting to end it all. And then that kind of wave goes away.
And can it also be a way to try to control the outcome or control the other person? Like, I don't want this relationship to end. If I make this known, maybe I can control that in some way.
In my experience, that's often a stereotype. And in reality, a lot of the time, the people that I work with, they say those things because they really want to die. Oftentimes there's ambiguity when somebody wants to die. They want to die, but then there's that part of them that hopes that somebody will give them a reason to live. But in my experience, if someone brings up suicide in the context of like a relationship ending, it's very rarely for the purpose of like trying to like manipulate the other person. And it's more of like a true kind of distress.
Are suicide thoughts generally inwardly directed, or I guess that kind of goes along? Is that kind of inwardly directed, or is it oftentimes outwardly directed?
Can you ask me, I think I know what you're asking, but can you ask me a different
So
way?
if someone is actually thinking about committing suicide, is that something that they generally, that's inside them that they direct toward them and not outwardly towards somebody else?
Yes. So if somebody's having suicidal ideation, they are wanting to harm themselves. It's directed inward.
So if Miss Daniels was wanting to harm herself, why would she drive to Mr. Perry's house and shoot him and his wife?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge. That's going beyond the scope of the testimony.
She's the expert. I don't. Why would she?
gonna take a break. We'll come back at 1:30. But we're gonna convene for lunch. Still not ready to discuss the case. So I'm gonna show you excuse for lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Court stands in recess until 1:30. Jury please continue to pass in the chair and follow me.
All right, we'll come back at 1:30.
Your Honor, before you take a recess, just for the record, I brought Dr. Bidding here today, so she does not have a car. So I know that I'm not allowed to speak to her now that her
Right.
testimony is going on. So if the court wants to tell her how to get lunch, or if you need to see me, like, with no words, handing her a bag of snacks, whatever we need to do, I just want to make sure that she has the opportunity to eat as well.
All right, yes, you can discuss your testimony with anyone, but there are some places to eat around here. There's a
Okay.
place- There's a Subway downstairs, and if you want to walk on the mall, there's some places, but discuss your testimony.
Salute, Sonya. Thank you for dropping in. I got separate mics so I can run the show a little bit different on this side, just in case it's necessary, you know what I'm saying, for commentary.
moments after impact. Meanwhile, there are a lot of questions about just how this could happen.
Terrifying video capturing the moment a cargo flight erupts into flames after a crash near Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport.
Flight 2976 departed runway 17 right and went down 3 miles south of the airfield.
The UPS plane was loaded with fuel for a trip bound for Hawaii. Video shows flames on the left wing and a trail of smoke, the plane then slightly lifting off the ground before crashing.
Anybody who has seen the images and the video know how violent this crash is. And there are a lot of families that are going to be waiting and wondering for a period of time.
According to first responders, at least 7 people were killed, including 3 crew members on board and 4 others on the ground. The explosion setting multiple buildings on fire, including an auto parts store and a petroleum recycling center.
We have to use hundreds of personnel to surround it, contain it, and then slowly bring it in.
Officials say the aircraft is an MD-11 freight plane owned by UPS. Hundreds of firefighters worked to contain the flames, which spread over a large area.
These are trained firefighters from all around the region that are handling this to search grid by grid very carefully to make sure if we can find any other victims.
As the area of the crash has been contained, the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board are now investigating. As that's happening, we're hearing from one witness who came across some of the debris from the crash. I'm going through that for my next report coming up at 5:30.
You're tuning into Black and White Sports on YouTube. The no-holds-barred truth on sports. The main event starts.
Right, Black and White Sports supporters. Well, they are doing it yet again. And by they, I'm talking about the mainstream sports media. Oh, the NBA. Oh, the NBA ratings. Oh, my goodness. Oh, have you seen those NBA ratings? Now, I told you guys I tuned in for the return of the NBA on NBC. It's a fantastic production. It was a good broadcast. It got you in those old feels. Okay, great. I thought, well, I may tune in for some more NBA. I've watched exactly 0 minutes of any more NBA basketball this season. I don't know if it's I'm too busy. I don't know if it's I'm still a little raw over the political aspirations and affiliations of the NBA 2020 through 2023. Before Adam Silver dropped the hammer on them and said, we're not doing this political thing anymore. Boy, the WNBA can learn a little something from that. Looking right at you, Natasha Cloud. But here we are, and part of our job at Black and White Sports, regardless of which channel it is to expose this BS. Because we all know, just like we called out with the WNBA ratings, we know these ratings are inflated. These ratings are different. While based on their measurements, the ratings may be accurate, you can't call this an increase over any over anything because But we know all this has changed. This is Sports Media Watch. NBA maintained its strong opening week pace in week 2 of the season. And we'll get to the World Series versus the NBA Finals because, it was ugly. NBA games were averaging 2.33 million viewers across NBC Universal, ESPN, Prime Video through the second week of the season, up 61% from last year. That is actually a slight increase over the opening week margin of 60%. An average that, including NBA TV, which remains Nielsen rated, will be added when available. The premiere of NBC's Coast to Coast Tuesdays led the week 2 slate with a Nielsen estimated 1.2 rating and 2.14 million viewers for covers that featured the Knicks Bucks in most markets and Clippers Warriors on the West Coast. Adding in Adobe Analytics, measured streaming audiences of 878,000. The telecast averaged 3.01 million, the league's largest Tuesday audience prior to Christmas since 1996, including opening night. That superlative comes with multiple caveats you don't say down in paragraph 3. Instead of giving people this as a heads up, beyond Nielsen's methodology changes, which include the February expansion of the out-of-home viewing and September shift to, quote, big data plus panel, it is also the case that NBC is the only major broadcaster regularly combining its viewerships across multiple measurement companies. So in other words, again, you can't say this is up 60% from last year because the way you're measuring everything has changed. In addition, the regional coast-to-coast format allows for a single viewership figure that combines both games rather than separate single-game figures that were reported in past years. Wow, come on. I mean, this is shady as all get out. Finally, it's worth noting that prior to this year, the NBA has never had a regular weeknight window on broadcast television. As one might imagine, given all those caveats, viewership about tripled last year's Nielsen-only panel-only 2-game average on cable network TNT. Well, look, when you go to broadcast television, when you go to free over-the-air television, the ratings do go up. That's what generally happens. Let's go over here because it's not all hunky-dory. World Series crushed the NBA Finals ratings again. Perhaps the most notable comparison between the two leagues comes during the championship rounds. In 2025, both the World Series and NBA Finals extended to 7 games. According to Nielsen, Game 7 of the Dodgers Blue Jays World Series on Fox averaged 24.9 million viewers. Wow! By comparison, Game 7 of the Thunder and Pacers Finals averaged 16.4 million viewers on ABC. I mean, yikes. Yikes. While the final calculations are pending, the World Series is projected to average 15 million viewers, combining the 12.38 million from Games 1 through 5 with Game 7. Well ahead of the 10.27 million NBA average, the second lowest on record. Here's the thing. You also got the same issue here, too. Because these new methodologies also lend itself to these huge World Series ratings. All right, now do I think the World Series would have still beaten the dog shit out of the NBA? Yeah, because it happened last year before any of these changes. But here we are yet again in the media and all these networks, because what happens here is, and we saw it with ESPN especially, let's share our year over year, when you can't do that now. You can't do that now. It's not accurate. It's not a level playing field. While you may have technically had that many people watching, maybe. How do you know what last year would have looked like if you'd have had all the bullshit ways of tracking everything now? We're going to add this, and we're going to add multiple games. What? Into a window. That's kind of like ESPN. We're going to show you the national championship game. We're going to have a feed on ABC, ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN News, SEC Network, ACC Network, all the coaches cast, the Manning cast, the stick it up your anus cast. This has all gotten shady. It really has. And they want fans to just be like, nah, we're good. Look, the NBA has got a triumphant return. Okay. I mean, okay. Now, no doubt, again, the NBC broadcast is going to have more viewers because it is on over-the-air antenna versus TNT, which is on cable. So the dude that is like literally F all these streaming services, I'm sitting in a cabin in the woods and I got my antenna up, flipping around. Oh, I do like sports still. Let me stop and watch this NBA game. Yeah, that's gonna help ratings. It is. But throw in everything, including the kitchen sink, to get an all-new high rating. We're gonna call it out. Tell me what you think. Peace. I'm out. Till next time.
Thanks for watching the show. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Be sure to tune in next time on Black and White Sports.
A deadly plane crash and explosion.
Can I just go through here? Can I just go through here? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. She said to go through this door? Or?
Yes, sir.
Oh. No. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, Don.
How you doing?
I'm good.
So this is your victim rights brochure. I only have it in Spanish, but all you need is a case number and my ID number. So I put that there for you, okay?
Okay.
And then this is your statement. So just fill out what she did, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
So specifically, what did she do?
Yesterday, she was caught stealing cash by another employee out of the register because it makes the next employee short.
Yeah.
So I came up, I put the numbers in, I came up short $177. And then they know that whatever you take home is not free.
Yeah.
They know they have to purchase whatever. So she was caught also, this is everything that she took and just put it in a bag and left with it also.
Okay, sounds good. So just right there, so first, you can use that pen or whatever pen you want. Just state your name right there.
Number 4 for Alpha.
Number 4 for Alpha.
So just state that what she did, the amount she stole, and that she was not allowed, or not told by management to steal or to take.
Is there any female officer for a search for 50 South Broadway Drive? Go ahead.
You guys gonna press charges? Yes.
What does she look like? You have the video?
Yeah, I do. And this is her ID and social. I had to put them out.
Do you have a video?
Yes.
Yeah, and then I'll send you a link. Can you, if I send you a link, can you upload it? Yeah. Okay.
And she also was scheduled to come today. Is there a certain amount that she has to be arrested for?
No, it could literally be $1.
Okay. Because it came up to 177 plus the items that she.
Is this consecutively or is this all?
It happened twice last week that she came up short. But she said that she mistakenly gave a customer too much gas. So I didn't think nothing of it. Yeah, last week, but then yesterday.
It's another way to make it easier for myself.
That's when we actually watched the cameras and stuff like that. And another employee seen her take it, and then that's when we know about it.
457 was. 1 moment.
See on that one. Yes,
Give out search at 141 in church. Correction 301 is fine.
Man, this boss set the worker up on her day off. She was really out to get her. She couldn't wait for the next time she was on the clock or nothing.
She's supposed to be in at 11. But she's gonna be at 11 because she tried to call out because I think she's pregnant. So I talked to her in the comments, so she told me if I can send her Uber because she don't have any money, that she'll what's that?
She put it down and then she put it in her pocket. All right, you got that right.
Let me see again.
Yeah, just try to remember that. She put it down and then she put it in her pocket. Yeah, most likely what we'll do is we'll put out a warrant. And then we'll just come back. I'm not gonna tell you which one it is, but when else does she work?
Well, I want today to be her last day, but I just want her taken by you guys because I don't want her. I mean, she don't get out till 5. Would y'all be able to come in with me if I call back?
You know for sure she's gonna be here?
Yeah, she's coming. But she was trying to call out because I think she kind of figured. But I was like, I gotta go to an appointment and all that. She was like, okay, then I'll come for you. But she's coming.
We'll just come back.
We're getting animal control, North Pennsylvania 301 East Pine.
Alright, so what we're gonna do with this, we're gonna use it to our advantage here. We're going to go eat, package the shit up, eat, and then we'll come back and grab her. Oh, you didn't give her the ticket.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah, you did. I think.
I'm scared.
Oh Lord, I know it's time for me to go. God damn.
I'm gonna go through the back right here.
I'm arrested. How about yourself?
Really?
They come back there too. Go ahead, man. My bad, man.
How is this charge?
What is this? You're being detained. He's gonna talk to you. What's your name?
Hello.
Okay. You're gonna need two cups?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm about to get a associate.
You wanted to get associated?
I'm being surrounded.
We'll come out this way and we'll talk to
I'll
you.
just talk to you now.
Is this your phone?
Yeah.
You want that?
This one is kind of boring. But I was just running a test to see how things operate.
Thank you guys. Yes, sir. I knew you was too cute and mean looking for a reason. I knew you was too cute and mean looking.
Here, we'll talk to her over here. It's hot outside.
Okay.
We'll talk to her over here.
So did she steal the free donuts that they were going to throw away at the end of the night? I'm just asking.
Alright. You cool? You cool?
Yeah. I can let you be and not have to hold you?
He's just gonna read you your rights
Yeah.
before he asks you any questions.
Yeah, so I'm just going to read you your rights. Just say yes or no if you understand when I ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent, do you understand? Anything you say may be used against you in court, do you understand? You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning, do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided for you before questioning without charge, do you understand?
Okay.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Okay, so do you know why we're here today?
Honestly not.
Okay, so there's footage of you taking some money from the register and putting it in your pocket. And then there's also a video of you taking items and not paying for them. So do you know anything about that from yesterday?
Taking money and putting it in my pocket?
Yeah.
No, I didn't take any money and put it in my pocket.
Okay, well, there's video of you doing it, so.
Of taking money and put it in my pocket?
Yeah. Yesterday, around 4:56.
I didn't leave home with any money though. Leave here with
Well, the register was short too, so.
I didn't leave here with any money yesterday though.
Okay, and what about the stuff that you didn't pay for?
What stuff? The stuff that I had?
Yeah.
That stuff
whatever
was, it was paid for.
Yeah, there's receipts listing things that you didn't pay for.
A whole receipt of what?
Of stuff that you didn't pay for. Beef
I'm not-
jerky.
Do you have anything on you that we need to know about?
No.
Let me find out the boss is lying.
No. I didn't take anything yesterday.
Okay, alrighty.
What the hell is really going on? That's why she really wanted me to come here today so I could go to jail for something I didn't do.
I'm not sure why. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know, but she's
Oh, y'all that come here.
gonna go right here.
Y'all gotta grab me. I'm not gonna run.
That doesn't matter. Yeah.
So what is my charge?
It's gonna be petite theft.
Who?
Petite theft. Since you have prior convictions, it's gonna be a felony.
What in the world? Stealing money yesterday from the store? I didn't even leave here with $1.
Oh. How you doing, sir?
Oh, wow. Can I get my stuff?
What stuff do you have?
My bag.
Where's your bag?
Inside.
What does it look like?
They know what it's look like.
What does it look like? Because they don't, at the jail, they don't want anything,
So she has a bag.
they don't want any
bag. Don't worry about it. I'll just have my boyfriend pick it up.
Yeah, because if not, you're gonna have to pick it up from property and evidence, which is far as shit from here.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Like, laying down the
Well, I need that key.
I got you.
So stay here so we can
Yeah, I'll
have
put
it
it with your
inside.
property. Oh, you want me to leave it here with the bag?
Yeah, and I need a way to get his number, so because I don't know it by heart.
Where is it in your phone?
No, my phone is at home, but I need his job number. So I
Okay,
need
where
somebody
does he
to
work?
look it up. It's on her it's Hooters. No.
Hooters where?
Kirkman.
Kirkman?
South
Okay, we'll
Kirkman.
get that for you. I'll write it down for you, okay?
Please and thank you. I don't think I'm gonna be able to call from the jail. Hooters.
Yes, they are.
But they're probably not gonna answer it
Why
because it's
wouldn't
a
they?
jail call.
That doesn't matter. They don't have caller ID on there.
But doesn't it say a call from a correction?
No.
From correctional place or something like that when you call? No. Oh shit. You could have told me you was doing that. You want me to take my shoe off?
No, you can.
Oh.
Yeah, on this one, not on this one.
She did steal something, boy. She's playing it mighty cool, boy. But those are the ones you gotta watch. But truthfully, I don't think she stole anything. I just think the boss didn't like her.
I'm supposed to get in with his seatbelt like that?
Hold on.
It's
One
meant to go
second.
over you.
I don't want it on because I'm gonna get hot.
Hold on.
Well, for policy, we have to make sure that you're safe. So.
This arm got injured. Can you not put it so tight because I spoke?
That's tight as it's gonna go. It's not gonna go any tighter. So it's better if you turn around, face me, and then just sit with your butt on the chair.
Do what now?
So look at me and sit back and keep scooting backwards. That's probably better for you.
I'm too short for that.
You want the keys to be left here?
If it's possible, you can give them to Tara.
Tara?
Okay.
The girl with the red and burgundy dreads, and tell her to put them in my bag, and I'm gonna have
Okay.
my boyfriend come pick it up.
Okay. Your boyfriend works?
He's probably gonna come up here about 4:30. What's his name? Eli. Oh, this is uncomfortable as shit. This is fucking ridiculous.
That right there, it looked like the boss was claiming. I don't think she liked it too much. She called her in on her day off. I understand the cash register was short or whatever, but she still should have did more of an investigation herself. If she didn't do it. And it don't look like court is back open yet. And it's down 1:30. And I can't get back on the panel over there.
News in New York City. The Post has this. They say 6 firefighters. We just heard a press briefing from the New York Police Department. They say they have now confirmed 7 firefighter injuries. So that's why the banner in the lower part of your screen says 7. Multiple firefighters being injured after an apparent explosion happening earlier this evening in New York City. Fox 5 New York coming online with their 10 p.m. news just moments ago. Let's play out the top of their newscast. They have some video from the scene. They talk to some witnesses. Let's listen into what they know, and then we'll listen into the latest press conference after we listen into some of their coverage.
Breaking news tonight, 6 firefighters hurt in a car explosion. Welcome to the 10 o'clock news. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Steve Lacey. Let's get right out to Linda Schmidt live outside Jacoby Hospital, where an update on their condition is expected at any moment. Linda.
That's right there, Steve and Natasha. Well, first of all, over my shoulders here, you can see the door going in, the sliding glass doors going into the hospital where the FDNY is going to be holding a press conference momentarily. But this is what I know so far. We'll be going in there to find out more information, but this is what I know so far. 6 firefighters were injured in this car fire explosion. I am being told at this point they are going to be okay. But how it started was a garbage fire. This was in a neighborhood. Garbage fire spread to the car. The car exploded. Well, we have video of that explosion, and you can hear the explosion. Take a listen. I mean, that is wild. You can hear people screaming as the car is exploding and the fire engines, the sirens coming in. This all happened about 7 o'clock tonight on Westchester Avenue at Intervale Avenue and Kelly Street. That is in the Longwood section of the Bronx. Now, fire marshals are on the scene. They are investigating. And an FDNY hazmat unit was also brought in. And then take a look at this video right here. You can see one of the firefighters on a stretcher. Again, 6 of them were injured. And again, I am being been told they are all expected to be okay. Now, witnesses to this, you could hear them screaming on that video there. They just could not believe what they were seeing.
When I came out, I heard a boom. I heard like a big flash. And then I just seen all the smoke in the air right here, and then the fire. It just looked crazy.
All the kids started shouting, look out the window, and then when we saw all the 2 cars plus the garbage was in flames, and then there was a big explosion, and then like all the trees caught fire and everything.
And again, that news conference expected to start momentarily here, FDNY, inside Jacoby Hospital. We're heading in there right now. We will bring you the very latest at 10:30. We will be live with you again at that time. Back inside to you.
All right, Linda, thank you so much. Well, a wrinkle in holiday travel, the FAA announcing.
So I wanted to listen into the beginning of their newscast because they, as you saw, share some pretty stunning images coming from that explosion.
That is crazy. Imagine walking outside, car blowing up right there in front of you.
A massive blast happening out there. They had 6 firefighters injured throughout their reporting. We later learned from the press conference 7 injured. Thankfully, none of the injuries life-threatening. This was the press conference just wrapped up moments ago. Let's play this out.
Good evening. I'm John Esposito. I'm the Chief of Department, ESPOSITO. We all set? All right. So shortly after 7 o'clock tonight in the Bronx, we were receiving phone calls for a fire at various intersections at Fox and Westchester, Fox and 165. The eventual address was 955 Westchester Avenue. Our units arrived to a fire in some outside rubbish and some cars. Shortly after we arrived and started to operate, there was some sort of explosion on the scene. Injured 7 firefighters, 5 of them with burns to the hands and the face. 3 of them are being admitted. The burns are considered serious but not life-threatening. The members, our firefighters, are awake, alert, and speaking, but they have some serious burns, and we'll be obviously praying for them. Quick action by our emergency medical service. They were transported here to Jacoby, and great work by our Jacoby Hospital emergency folks and in the trauma and burn center, praying and hoping that our firefighters are going to be okay. So I'll pass it to Dr. Tepperman from Jacoby. Sorry.
Thank you, Chief Esposito. The firefighters we expect will all recover. I was just telling the chief that I'll be worried until they're all home, but we do expect that they will recover from their injuries. I would say one thing, though, Chief. I was talking to each of your members. You know, a wall of fire came on them and surrounded them, and what they were concerned about is their colleagues and their families. And there is a reason why I refer to you folks as New York's bravest. Thank you.
Did you say spell your name, please?
Yeah, it's Tepperman, T-E-P-E-R-M-A-N. Sheldon.
Anyone have questions?
I just got here outside. Just going live outside. Can you give us a breakdown of what exactly happened here?
So we arrived at a fire in front of 955 Westchester Avenue. There was a lot of garbage and debris on the sidewalk. That was on fire. There were a couple of cars on fire. And shortly after we arrived on the scene, there was some sort of explosion, a large fireball, and it injured 7 of our firefighters. 5 of them received serious burns to the hands and face. They are expected to be okay. Serious burns, but non-life-threatening. 3 of them are being admitted here, and we do expect them all to fully recover. That's part of the investigation. We're not sure what caused the explosion, so our hazmat company, our Bureau of Fire Investigation, and our Bureau of Fire Prevention are all on the scene investigating the cause.
What about cause?
Cause? We're not sure. The Bureau of Fire Investigation is on the scene now conducting their investigation. The wind? I don't believe wind was a factor, but that'll all be part of the investigation. You know, and again, it's just a constant reminder of the dangers that our firefighters face.
You may be seated. Right, so you can continue.
Thank you. Dr. Judy, I'm almost there. We talked a little bit about suicide kind of being inwardly directed self-harm, right?
That's right.
Would you agree that the actions of driving 2 hours after buying a gun, showing up to Mr. Perry's house because you're upset he's trying to end the relationship, and committing a homicide is not inwardly directed, that's outwardly directed rage?
I don't think I can give you an expert opinion about that because I don't know enough information about what was going on in terms of the person's mental state that you're talking about.
But you testify in legal proceedings often, right?
That's
or
correct.
deal with the legal system often. Is there anything about a murder-suicide plot where I'm going to kill somebody and then kill myself that would diminish the mental state, the intent, the premeditation that would be required to commit premeditated murder?
Can you ask me that in a different way?
I don't know how to ask that in a different way.
Can you ask me again?
Yes.
Okay.
So if an individual were planning to kill someone and then kill themselves, is there anything about that, their actions toward the person that they were going to kill, that would make them legally not responsible, legally not, the legal mental state required to form the intent to kill somebody, and the planning and premeditation that was required to do that?
It is possible that someone could engage in a homicide, suicide, and not have the mental state required for the crime.
It's possible, but it's also possible that they could. Am I correct?
That's right.
Just the fact that you're suicidal does not mean that you don't have the mental state or the ability, the judgment and the ability to premeditate and plan a crime.
Simply being suicidal does not mean that you would not be able to form the intent.
You talked about childhood abuse. Does that, the fact that someone went through some trauma or a bad childhood, does that, anything about that prevent someone from forming intent to kill somebody and planning to kill them? Just in and of itself.
Again, these are questions, this is a question that I probably can't answer truthfully in a yes or no, because it's more complicated than that. It depends. There are lots of things that trauma can cause in terms of mental health problems that could absolutely impact someone's ability to form intent.
But it doesn't necessarily.
That's
so every
correct.
person that was abused as a child can't just go out and kill somebody and claim I don't have the requisite mental intent to be convicted of that crime.
I suppose they could claim it. I don't know that it would be supported.
And the fact that someone was in failed relationships or married more than once, does that, or went through a divorce, does that, in and of itself, mean that that person is not responsible for their criminal action?
Again, the not responsible part is a legal decision. What I can say as a psychological expert is that would not mean the person necessarily would be unable to form an intent for a crime.
And I think you make a good point there. You're not a legal expert, correct?
That's correct.
You've offered an opinion. You're not offering an opinion as to whether she met the legal definition of premeditation required for first-degree murder, though, are you?
That's correct. I'm not offering an opinion about that.
and you were not able to find criteria that she met the definition for insanity.
That's correct.
You were not able to find the criteria that she met the legal criteria for diminished capacity.
That's something I did not offer an opinion about.
In fact, you say in your report that you're unable to offer an opinion regarding her mental state at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So you can't say that she didn't act intentionally.
That's correct.
And you can't say that she didn't premeditate this homicide.
That's correct. I did not offer opinions about either one of those things.
That's all.
Rita Root. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Benning, I want to touch on a couple things that Mr. McAlpin was speaking about, okay?
Okay.
First, I wanted to cue in on something that you said to him during direct, talking about suicidal individuals, and you had said someone can truly want to die, but still hope that someone else could give them a reason to live. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you kind of elaborate on that for me?
Yes. In my experience, in my clinical work, I often work with people that have kind of chronic suicidal ideation. And it's very common for people to consider suicide when they become hopeless and feel like they don't know any other way out, and still want a way out. So it's, again, there's ambiguity there a lot of the time. They want to die, and I think they're open to being helped if someone can help them.
Did Ms. Daniels endorse that kind of mentality to you about this incident?
Yes.
Clinically speaking, is someone who has attempted suicide more likely to attempt suicide again?
Yes.
Now, people who commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide have to take actions to do that, right?
That's right.
So you can have sequential and goal-oriented actions moving towards a suicide.
That's correct.
You could procure a weapon or other means, right?
That's right.
And that means you could go buy a gun to kill yourself.
That's right.
You can choose a place to commit suicide.
Yes.
You can drive to that place to commit suicide.
Yes.
You can plan out what you want to say to your family in a suicide note.
Yes.
Are all of those plans that you're making?
Yes. That is all planful behavior.
Is that the result of reasoned judgment when you're dealing with a suicidal person?
I think that's a controversial answer. People who want to commit suicide have reasons for wanting to commit suicide. At the same time, like I said, often those people get there because they feel like there's no other option. And research relates that to depression, which kind of lowers our ability to think through our options and make decisions like we would when we're not depressed.
The ability to make sound and reasoned judgments, right?
I would agree with that. I think it depends on how we define sound and reasoned.
Severe depression that can result in those suicidal ideations, suicide attempts, or accomplished suicides. Severe depression, does it necessarily affect your basic ability to make and execute plans?
It does not necessarily affect that ability.
Does it affect the quality of your decision making?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Does severe depression affect your decision making process?
Yes, depression kind of slows down everything, including your ability to think.
So severe depression can actually affect all of your thought processes.
It can.
Can mental health issues affect your judgment and reflection abilities?
Yes.
What is the difference between suicidality or suicidal ideations and homicidal ideations?
Suicidal ideations are thoughts about wanting to kill yourself. Homicidal ideations are thoughts about wanting to kill someone else.
Does someone who has suicidal ideations necessarily have homicidal ideations?
No.
Does someone who has homicidal ideations necessarily have suicidal ideations?
No.
Those two things can exist separately,
That's correct.
and oftentimes do.
That's correct.
When you evaluated Ms. Daniels, did you find her to have a history of suicidal ideations?
Yes.
And aside from this instant conduct, did you see her to have a history of homicidal ideations?
No.
When you're dealing with severe depression and mental health issues, can those issues affect the way an individual responds to emotional triggers?
Yes.
How?
If you're depressed, for example, or if you have other mental health problems going on, the way I think about it is that it makes you vulnerable. It kind of raises your, what do I want to say? It's easier, right? It's easier to react in an extreme way if your stress or your mental health is not doing well. It takes less to get a more kind of extreme reaction.
So can it affect your reason ability in the face of that trigger?
Yes.
Can it affect your ability to make decisions?
Yes.
Your ability to make well-reasoned decisions?
Yes.
Now, towards the end of when you were talking with Mr. McAlpin after lunch, you were saying suicide on its own is not necessarily indicative of things. Is suicidality usually indicative of a larger mental health issue?
It can be. Certainly if it's something that comes up during times when there are other mental health symptoms like depressive symptoms. There are some people that suicide comes up for them like once in their life because they're really stressed out or there's just a lot of things going on in their life. But in general, if someone is suicidal, it certainly raises the suspicion that there's a mental health problem going on.
And there's a whole spectrum of suicidalness, right? You have some people who could have a terminal degenerative disease that are choosing conscientiously to end their lives versus someone in a mental health crisis who takes their own lives.
That's right.
There's a whole spectrum.
Yes.
But oftentimes, wanting to commit suicide, those suicidal ideations are indicative of an underlying mental health issue.
Yes.
The suicidal ideation itself, is that its own mental health issue, or is it a symptom?
I think both. We would treat, even if someone didn't meet like a diagnosis for a mental health problem, the suicidal ideation would still be something that could be treated and addressed.
And it should be treated and addressed, right? That's a concerning symptom. Now I want to talk to you about when Mr. McAlpin was discussing your prior testimony experience, okay? You indicated that you have testified more for the defense.
That's
right?
correct.
Now, when you and I were speaking earlier, you talked about this, a not guilty by reason of insanity defense is extremely rare.
Yes.
How many evaluations do you think you have done?
Evaluations specifically to?
Forensic evaluations.
At this point in my career, well over 800.
Okay. How many times have you found someone to meet the threshold of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Less than.
Me or her? Okay, I'll be louder. He was saying he couldn't hear me. Okay. Of the 800 evaluations, how many times have you found individuals to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
Less than 2% of those evaluations.
It's an extremely high standard.
Yes, it's difficult to meet.
And Ms. Daniels did not meet that standard, right?
It's my opinion she would not meet that standard.
Okay. In your practice as a forensic psychologist, this is what you do. You said you've done over 800 evaluations, right?
That's correct.
Oftentimes, when you end up at a trial, it's because someone was found not guilty by reason of insanity, in your opinion, right?
If I end up at trial, it typically isn't for not guilty by reason of insanity. There's only been one instance in my career where I've testified at a trial for that purpose.
Was that for the defense or for the state?
For the state.
Okay. Of the 800 evaluations, are most of those court appointed?
Yes.
Is that usually state oriented? Are you usually hired separately by the defense?
Most of my work, I'm appointed by the court, so I'm not hired by defense or prosecution. When I am hired privately, when I'm hired by one party or the other, it is typically that I'm hired by the defense.
The state kind of already has you at Access through Vanderbilt, right?
Through the court-ordered process, yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about when Mr. McAlpin was discussing your basis of information, okay?
Okay.
You only met with Ms. Daniels one time.
That's right.
Is that normal for your evaluations to only meet with the person one time?
It's not uncommon, certainly. I think for these evaluations, it's typically 1 to 2 meetings.
And is that the same whether you're testifying for the defense or for the state?
Yes.
In either instance, do you blindly rely on self-reporting?
No. Again, the idea is that there needs to be other data that would support what the defendant is telling me.
And did you look for that other data here?
Yes.
And you found Tabitha Perry's statement?
Correct.
Did you believe it corroborated what Ms. Daniels told you?
Yes.
You read police reports?
Yes.
Did you believe that corroborated what Ms. Daniels told you?
In a sense, she wasn't able to remember a lot of what was actually in police reports, meaning like what was mostly in police reports is what they observed when they got to the scene. And she's saying that she doesn't remember a lot of what happened during the incident and immediately after. So in that sense, no. But the things that she did remember, those were consistent with.
Did the police reports corroborate mental health concerns for you?
The police reports confirmed that she was pointing a gun at her head and was then shortly after arrest indicating that she wanted to kill herself.
The receipts that you saw corroborated the timeline that she gave you.
That's right.
The suicide note corroborated those suicidal ideations she talked to you about.
That's right.
The video of Brodus Perry talking about seeing her at the cigar lounge corroborated her timeline of events for you.
That's right.
Did you find Ms. Daniels to be a woman who suffers from mental illness?
Yes.
Did you find that she is a woman who has suffered from mental illness for a long time?
I know I'm being nitpicky here. For a long time, I can say that she was endorsing depressive symptoms for at least 2 years before the offense happened.
And even all the way back to the end of her first marriage, right? With that first suicide attempt.
That's right.
So that takes us back to like a 10-year period of time, right?
That's true.
What was the overriding emotion endorsed by Ms. Daniels when you met with her?
The overriding emotion she endorsed around the time of the offense was sadness, hopelessness.
When you talked about defensive avoidance, what do you mean by defensive?
Defensive in that context is talking about how our brain naturally tries to defend us against traumatic things. So avoiding thoughts of a scary memory is a type of like mental defense.
Is that different than someone behaving defensively? Like that almost, kind of reaction?
Yes.
And in speaking with Ms. Daniels, she talked to you about the fact that she was always expected to put on a happy face, right?
That's right.
No matter what was going on inside of her.
That's right.
And that had been her reality since she was a child.
Yes.
I want to talk to you now about something you and Mr. McAlpin discussed regarding impulsivity. Can you talk to me a little bit more about what impulsivity is?
Impulsivity is when somebody acts quickly in the heat of a moment. Sometimes when you hear impulsivity, people say it's like acting without thinking. But typically it's acting really quickly, like unexpectedly in the heat of a moment.
And how does impulsivity tie to mental health issues?
There are mental health issues that include impulsivity, and it's not necessarily, it's a symptom of a few, but not necessarily common across all mental health disorders.
Is it associated with depressive disorders?
Not typically.
Okay. What was the context of the impulsivity when you were speaking with Mr. McAlpin?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you find any impulsivity issues with Ms. Daniels in her reasoning?
Can you rephrase that?
That was a poorly worded question, I apologize. Did you, does impulsivity affect decision making?
If somebody is like an impulsive person, typically that means that they make poor decisions and again react without a whole lot of thought about consequences.
Can impulsivity be associated with suicidal attempts or suicidal ideations?
Yes. The research that's out there about completed suicides, people that attempt and they end up dying, typically that is related to impulsivity. Most of the time suicidal acts are impulsive.
I'm going to shift gears for just a minute. In assessing Ms. Daniels, did Latasha endorse feelings of remorse about what happened?
Yes.
Significant remorse?
Yes.
Now, last thing I want to talk to you about. As a psychologist, you meet with people and discuss the most intimate parts of their lives, right?
More so in my clinical work than my forensic work, but yes.
You find out the most personal details of people.
Yes.
Is that a relationship that has to be based on trust?
I would say in the clinical sense, yes. In a forensic evaluation, it's difficult to build trust in a matter of a few hours. And it's not a priority in forensic evaluations for there to be trust there. But absolutely, in a clinical sense, yes, trust is very important.
Because in that context, the person with whom you are dealing is extraordinarily vulnerable.
Yes.
And they have completely opened themselves up to you.
Yes. As far as I know.
That's all.
Man, this goddamn witness is full of shit.
That's the damn man. Right, jurors need to take a short break. So we'll reconvene shortly. So I'm going to show you excuse this time. And remember, we're still not ready to discuss the case.
I mean, at this point, this case look rigged. Man, this is some bull crap. How is it possible they on another timeout? This is insane. They are absolutely wasting the taxpayers' money, and I believe that this judge is trying to get her out of this the best way possible. A lesser sentence, a lesser something. There's no way in the world that you should be able to take this many timeouts. This case getting on my damn nerves. Some news. Anything going on? What the hell? Hold on. Let's check this one out.
Working without pay right now. Tonight I talked to a TSA officer who is deeply impacted by this shutdown.
I'm still considered a newbie.
Martina Santana has been a TSA officer for 4 years, and it's a job she is proud of.
You know, everybody wants to work for a federal government job because it's stable, it's steady, it's good money, it's a good job.
But that stability has become shaky as the government shutdown is now the longest in U.S. history, meaning for the past 36 days.
So 36 days, knowing they should know your job. I mean, if they know your job and they know the things of which call, that means they know you have money. How in the hell you get evicted on a 36-day government shutdown? I don't even believe this shit.
Single mom of 3 has gone without a paycheck.
All of us were like that the first couple of weeks. So we're saying, okay, first 2 weeks, we're gonna, we can do that. We can do that. We got some money saved up. We can do that. The second paycheck that we didn't get, I think that's when it started hitting me.
She's had to pull money out of her thrift savings plan, a retirement plan for federal employees. Then 2 weeks ago, an eviction notice.
I normally pay half my rent with one check, pay my car, my other bills with the other one, and then I catch up on the third month. It's always like every third month I have to split it up. And this month I gave him the letter that we were supposed to give, and nobody, not one of my bill collectors, not one of my car payment, not one of my anything except that it can do anything for me.
She's talking about this letter from the Department of Homeland Security asking organizations to give federal employees grace.
They do have like a job fair at the airport. I picked up an application for another job.
As she navigates these hardships.
Man, if I'm working for a federal witch code and in 36 days you behind already in everything, I mean, what the hell are you doing with your money? You ain't got enough saved up? I know it's kind of hard to save, but you did say you was a newbie. I might give you a little leniency, right?
She's still showing up for work, even working overtime, as some of her colleagues struggle too.
They're coming to the point where if I'm not feeling good, I'm not coming in. If I don't have gas, I'm not coming to work.
Air traffic controllers are also not being paid right now. And when there's a shortage of controllers at airports, it leads to flights being delayed. The head of the Air Traffic Controllers Union now expressing concerns about how long this could continue.
Air traffic controllers are showing up to work every day to deal with issues that we've never seen before. 36-day shutdown, the stresses, the pressure, the fatigue is setting in.
Santana is trying to maintain a positive attitude for herself, her coworkers, and her kids, hoping the shutdown ends soon, but committed to keeping travelers safe in the meantime, asking those travelers to be patient.
Just come with a good heart, because we're trying, we're trying to do our job. We're trying to keep it light and get you guys through, but we still have to do our job. And with the less people, it's going to take a little bit longer.
And the good news here at Sky Harbor is that wait times at security checkpoints have been relatively short, talking about 10 minutes or so. Santana tells me she is looking forward to the day that she receives all of this back pay. We're live at Sky Harbor tonight. Bianca Bono, 12 News.
All right, Bianca, thank you. And as
Let's see what else we can find here. That's crazy though. Rhode Island federal court continues hearing on SNAP case.
Nearly $70,000 a month in taxpayer money. That's how much the Massachusetts State Police spends to track troopers on the road. The GPS system is supposed to boost transparency and accountability, but 25 Investigates found it can be defeated with the flip of a switch. Here's investigative reporter Ted Daniel.
We begin this story with a name you're likely familiar with, Michael Proctor. He's the former state police detective fired for conduct revealed in Karen Reed's first trial. I started looking into state police GPS tracking after learning how Proctor stayed off the radar with his. Michael Proctor was fired for his texts about Karen.
Oh, okay. This right here, man, it looked like a lot of state troopers lost their GPS. I'm not sure how, but I guess we're about to find out. All their tracking was disabled. Weird shit.
Reed, and for what he did on an overtime shift, where he was making time and a half.
You also investigated Michael Proctor for this allegation of drinking on duty, correct?
I did. Proctor and Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert drove to the Cape in Proctor's unmarked cruiser. While investigating a cold case, they stopped for cold beers at Treehouse Brewery in Sandwich, and then dinner and more drinks at a restaurant in Hanover on the way home. Proctor's cruiser was equipped with a hardwired GPS tracker. State Police began installing the devices in all of their vehicles in 2019. The initial cost, $225,000.
So I believe that this is an important step.
I mean, that's not a bad price for all the vehicles. But dude looked like he got caught up right there.
Step forward for the department, an important resource for the department.
Then Colonel Christopher Mason touted it as an accountability tool, following the overtime fraud scandal that rocked the agency in 2018.
So we'll now have the ability to track historical time and attendance.
25 Investigates filed a public records request for Proctor's GPS data on the day he went to the Cape with Kevin Albert. If you go by the report, Proctor drove a total of 8 seconds that day and never left his hometown of Canton. The rest of his travels were never recorded. With a flip of a switch, he was able to turn his tracker off.
And fair to say you found no violation or misconduct in that respect?
Correct.
Michael, would you like to make any comment? Proctor was never disciplined for turning off his vehicle locator because he was authorized to.
You can't shut your radio off, so why would you shut that off?
Dennis Galvin is a retired state police major and president of the Massachusetts Association for Professional Law Enforcement. There are roughly 3,000 state police vehicles with GPS locators on the road. 25 Investigates found 418 of them have a kill switch. An agency spokesperson says tracking can only be disabled with a supervisor's permission, and only in sensitive investigations where location data can put people at risk. We asked Galvin about that.
You could wind up disclosing information about critical witnesses or even informants and things like that. And those are things that it would be in the department's interest to make sure that.
I mean, if the kill switch is on it, the department should have control of it, not the individual officer. What kind of crap is this?
That weren't available.
But the switch can be abused. A state police internal affairs report from 2021 says then Trooper Dwayne Correa had his gun stolen out of his unmarked cruiser following a night of drinking in Providence. The report says Correa disabled his tracker to conceal his whereabouts from his supervisors.
I think there's a management obligation here to make sure that that there's compliance.
So is he still in state gas? Yeah, I mean, he got a lot going on right here. Taxpayers paying for his damn day out with his homies? Driving a state-issued vehicle with the tracker turned off? What the hell?
Police denied our request for a list of all the vehicles where tracking can be shut off, calling it detrimental to the security and safety of uniformed members. A state police spokesperson tells me newly appointed Colonel Jeffrey Noble recently increased oversight on the small number of requests to temporarily disable the system to protect the personal safety of troopers, victims, and witnesses. And state police say that GPS data is cross-referenced when reviewing payroll. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
That is crazy as hell. See if we can find something else. I thought my mic was turned on right there. I think it was, or did I turn it off? SUV. Are we back?
More chaos in California outside a Coast Guard.
Getting here.
36 days in and just
My damn laptop died while I was out the room. That's why the shit went black.
Getting here.
Local 4 News starts now with a breaking news alert.
Well, that breaking news here on Friday morning. The FBI saying they have thwarted a potential terror attack here in Michigan. Here's everything we know right now. The FBI Director Kash Patel is saying multiple suspects were arrested for plotting a violent attack over this Halloween weekend. The FBI Detroit office saying that the FBI has been in both Dearborn and Inkster this morning. Dearborn police putting out an update on Facebook about 45 minutes ago saying they were made aware of FBI operations in the city earlier this morning, and sources say Dearborn police are assisting the FBI with this investigation. They say there is no threats to the community. I want to show you some live pictures that we have right now in two different Dearborn neighborhoods.
Man, that's
this
crazy.
one here is near Tireman and Warren. We don't know exactly what the connection is, but you can see there are.
Didn't they just have a big Muslim protest up there? So now we getting daggone terror attack damn warnings and shit. Man, need to get the hell up out of here.
Investigators working in the backyard of this home. We have been told again that multiple arrests have been made after the FBI thwarted this violent attack that would have happened over this holiday weekend. You can see federal investigators, you can see right there with an FBI
holiday
van.
weekend.
We
How
also
old
have
is this?
another live scene we can take you to. So this one here is at Tyman
How old is this?
and Schaefer. Tyman and Warren. This one is at Ford and Schaefer, which is about 2 miles apart. As you can see there, the Michigan State Police also investigating, helping with this. And as you just saw, an investigator walking out of that home.
Oh, this was 6 days ago. This was last weekend.
Audio of residents that were calling in, hearing loud noises, what they thought were gunshots, likely flashbangs, as the FBI and federal investigators likely raiding these homes within the past couple of hours. So you've got at least 2 different scenes in the Dearborn area. And then we also have another location in Inkster. We don't have any live video of that, but we do have a third location in the Inkster area. Exactly what this was, we don't know yet. But the FBI director, again, Kash Patel, is saying that we will get more details throughout the day as to what type of plot they have put together, or I should say what they thwarted. But we do know that it was supposed to be a violent terrorist attack that would have happened during this Halloween weekend. Again, what it was, we don't know, but it certainly likely has some kind of connection to the 2 homes we've just been showing you. We're going to keep an eye on this all morning long to see what details come out of it, and we'll keep.
Okay. See, that shit said 3 hours ago. This looks interesting.
Well, new at noon, a break in the case after the murder of a South Florida rapper.
3 suspects have been arrested after the man was gunned down in front of his children. This happened back in 2022. So I want to send it outside to Local 10's Isabella Martin. She is live outside the jail in West Miami-Dade with all the details. Isabella, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Caroline. Well, all 3 suspects that were arrested this week are now behind bars here at TGK. But detectives say after years of searching, they now believe they have the men responsible. Miami-Dade detectives say they've made 3 arrests in the 2022 murder of local rapper Wavy Navy Poo. 24-year-old Raymond Araloose, 22-year-old Jakari Hardaway.
Man, do you know some rapper named Wavy Navy Poo?
And 24-year-old Jeremiah Longsworth are now in jail. Araloose and Hardaway were arrested Wednesday, and Longsworth was booked early Thursday morning. All 3 face second-degree murder and attempted felony murder charges. Longsworth also faces conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Detectives say the shooting happened on January 14, 2022, near Southwest 152nd Street and 127th Avenue. The rapper, whose real name was Chandler Bobin, was in a Toyota Camry with his girlfriend and 2 children when a gray Lexus pulled up and someone opened fire. Investigators say they found more than 80 shell casings at the scene. Police say the family had just left Zoo Miami celebrating a child's birthday. And according to the arrest reports, cell phone records, GPS data, surveillance video, and license plate readers show the suspect's Lexus followed the family before the shooting. The Lexus was found abandoned at an apartment complex in Sunrise. A motive has not been released, and again, all 3 suspects are being held without bond right here at TGK.
Reporting live outside TGK, I'm Isabella Martin, Local 10 News.
These damn young kids don't lose their damn mind. That's straight up crazy. Like, all of them always got 3 shooters.
Man shot and killed by his father is struggling to understand how a family dispute turned deadly. Today we got the mugshot of the man accused of killing his own son. Channel 2's Michael Seiden spoke with her. He's live in Buckhead after speaking to that victim's sister.
And Dee Clyburn told me that she agreed to speak with me because she doesn't want this tragedy to define her brother's life. Again, she is so shaken by what happened. We also want to tell you we've learned exclusively tonight that the victim's girlfriend, a Fulton County marshal, has actually been placed on paid administrative leave pending the outcome of an APD investigation.
I wouldn't have ever imagined, not in 100 years, would I have thought that this was the phone call I was getting.
Dee Clyburn says she still can't process what she's been told, that her older brother, 32-year-old Durante Schofield, was shot and killed by their own father. On Friday, Clyburn spoke with us by phone, fighting back tears as she described the shock and heartbreak.
That's my big brother, and I will never be able to call him again.
Clyburn says Schofield was the proud father of 2 young children, an entrepreneur who worked as an independent contractor in Metro Atlanta, and a family man who loved being a dad, a brother, and a creative spirit.
He cared genuinely and deeply about people. He was a passionate person.
Earlier in the day, a judge denied bond for their father, 54-year-old Durante Rhodes Tolliver. Investigators say he drove to the 55 Farr Apartments in Buckhead after learning his son had been involved in a car crash. According to an affidavit, he and his son began fighting inside the apartment, but when officers arrived, they say both men appeared calm and walked out together. Once they got to the parking lot, the argument started again. Investigators say the father told police he believed his son reached towards his waistband as if he had a gun, so he fired at least 12 shots. Police say they searched Schofield's body, but he did not have a gun.
Just remember him as being a lover and a giver, a helper.
And Dee told me that although her brother was a convicted felon, he had really gotten his life together. He was making positive changes and really having a positive influence on his friends and family. Now, the family obviously is going to need some help with the funeral arrangements. They've launched a GoFundMe page. We've got all the details posted on our webpage right now, WSBTV.com. For now,
Man, that damn Pops was crazy. The hell he think?
In the North Center neighborhood.
And that's the crazy thing about it. The title of that video was "Father Fired 12 Rounds." What about this story right here out of Atlanta 5 days ago?
Good evening.
around, stand together, everything. Okay. All right, Ms. Davis, you can come around.
This is yours. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear, affirm, and tell the whole truth? Yes, ma'am. All right, you can have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Latasha Daniels, LATOSHIA DANIELS.
Now, Ms. Daniels, what you are doing right now is called a moment hearing, okay?
Okay.
And what that means is that we are talking about your rights and your decisions, okay?
Okay.
You have an absolute right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That's called the right against self-incrimination. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right not to give proof in a case against you. Have we discussed that right?
Yes, we have.
Do you understand that if you decided to remain silent, the judge would tell the jury that they cannot hold that against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you also have an absolute right to testify?
Yes.
And that this is one of the few decisions that is yours and yours alone, right?
Yes.
Mr. Horn and I cannot make this decision for you. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
Have you spoken with myself and Mr. Horn, though, about this decision?
I have.
Have you been present throughout all of the trial?
I have.
Have you been able to hear and observe all of the witnesses?
I have.
Have you been able to see all of the exhibits?
I have.
Are you aware not only of the proofs that's come forward at trial, but also of all of the discovery in your case?
I am aware of all of it.
Have you discussed that discovery and the evidence with both me and Mr. Horn?
I have.
Have you discussed the charges against you?
I have.
You understand you're charged with first-degree murder.
Yes.
Have you and I discussed the elements of first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has to prove each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand all of the elements of criminal attempt first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has to prove all of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements required for employing a firearm during a felony?
Yes.
Do you understand the state has to prove all of those beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements and understand the burden of proof?
Yes.
And even this was a superseding indictment, right?
Yes.
And you and I had discussed previously the issues in the old indictment.
Correct.
And we discussed how the new indictment kind of changed some things, right?
Yes.
You've had several discussions throughout this entire process with your whole defense team, right?
Yes.
We have prepared for trial together.
We have.
We prepared specifically regarding your testimony.
Yes.
After everything that you've heard, everything that we've discussed, and everything that you've considered, have you made a decision on whether or not you want to testify?
I have.
What is that decision?
I choose to testify.
Thank you.
You may step down. Defendant is knowingly and voluntarily made her decision to testify. Is there anything to address before the jury comes in? No? All right, we can get the jury in.
Will we take a break to discuss instructions?
Yes.
Jurors are entering the courtroom, Your Honor.
Case you might call your next witness. Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Latasha Daniels.
You can raise your right hand. You swear affirm to tell the whole truth? Yes, ma'am. All right, you may have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Latasha, Latosha, Daniels, Daniels.
Before we get into all of the allegations here, have you ever testified in a situation like this before?
No,
Is this a comfortable situation?
not at all.
Please let me know if you need it. I want to talk to you about, first, your childhood. Your childhood, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me about your parents?
My parents, my father was retired military and a minister, and my mom, she was my mother.
Was your biological father the man that you called Dad?
No, I was raised by my stepfather, and so I called him father, and my biological father I called Papa.
Now, the dad that you lived with, right? What did he do for a living?
Once he retired from the military, he was, from my knowledge, he worked at M.M. Combs, and he retired from there. And then he began to work for the Salvation Army, where he ran the community community center where the youth would go. And so once he retired from there, he was just home sitting on the porch and buying land and doing gardens.
At any point did he become an ordained minister?
He did. I was in elementary, but I do recall him becoming an ordained minister.
What would you consider his reputation to have been within your community?
He was highly respected in our community. Everyone knew of my father and respected him well.
And did they know that you were your father's daughter?
Oh yes, to the point to where, like, if anybody seen my sisters and I, they would say, "That's Mr. Briggs' daughters." Like they knew that who we were.
Did that mean something in that community to be his daughter?
Most definitely, and we carried ourselves accordingly.
Now, how were things at home outside of public?
Things at home wasn't as what they seemed in public. My father did physically abuse my mother, and I was the one who would at nights wake up and beg him to stop.
Did you have any siblings in the home?
I did. I had two little sisters.
Did you have any siblings in the home?
I did. I had two little sisters.
Dad would beat your mom?
I'm not sure if they did, but I did, and I often would wake up and ask him to stop, and even sometimes try pulling them apart.
When you were in public, did you let that side of your life show?
Oh, not at all. I went to school and I did the things that I was supposed to do, participated in sports, and just carried myself, I guess, in a normal fashion.
Is that what was expected of you?
Yes, we didn't say or tell what was going on inside of the home.
Now, I want to talk to you about late in your teens, okay? When you were 17, you got pregnant.
I did.
What happened when you got pregnant?
I shared with my dad, well, I don't know if I shared with him or not, but I was told once he found out that I needed to get married.
Did you get married?
I did.
And was that to Rodney?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Rodney?
In the beginning, it was good. We both had graduated from high school, and so we was building a life together. We moved from our hometown to Little Rock, Arkansas, and purchased a home, and we were doing well. Rodney decided to go to police academy, and during that time I helped him. I made sure he studied. I did everything that I could to ensure that he made it through police academy and was successful. Once he, probably months after joining the force, things began to shift. He would ask me to do certain things that I was like out of the norm, but I was in college, and so he would then say, well, you're probably gonna want somebody from college, and I didn't understand that because like I loved Rodney. I wanted our family. But even though we didn't argue, we grew distant, and I never understood why until I found out that he was having an affair.
Did you actually catch him in the act?
Not in the beginning, but during, he decided that we was gonna separate, and one day while I was at school, he had packed up all my stuff, put it in a U-Haul, and drove it to my mom's house.
How long were you married to Rodney?
For 4 years.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did.
Now, after that divorce, did you attempt suicide?
I actually did it right before we actually finalized the divorce.
Did you commit suicide because of the divorce? I'm sorry, attempt to commit suicide because of the divorce.
Yes, I just didn't feel like I felt like a failure. That was the one thing. I felt like a failure. I didn't think that I was enough. And so I didn't feel I had anything to offer.
But you did go on to get an education, right?
I did.
And you didn't let your divorce or your teen pregnancy, you didn't let those things stop you from trying to get better in your life, right?
Right. I wanted to push forward. I wanted to be successful. And I mean, I had to be. So I kept going.
And you eventually became a licensed clinical social worker.
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about your second marriage, okay? That was to Brian.
Yes.
Now, how long were you married to Brian?
I was married to Brian for 8 years.
Was that relationship positive?
No.
Did you feel loved in that relationship?
No.
Did you feel wanted in that relationship?
Not at all.
Would you describe Brian as being emotionally distant?
He very much was so.
Emotionally neglectful?
Yes.
Did you try to get Brian to go into marriage counseling?
Yes, we had a discussion and he didn't want to do it.
Did you determine that you would go get your own counseling?
That I was in, I just wanted, I wanted spiritual guidance, but
also, because of me being in private practice, I was afraid of being that individual that was getting the water cooler talk per se. Just in my field, I didn't have anyone that I felt like I could really go to and trust, because I was very closed off. I didn't share my business with anybody. And so going through that and being in private practice, I didn't want to take what was my income, because I needed to be able to take care of the things in my life. So I did not. But I did know that spiritually I wanted some direction.
Why did you feel like you needed spiritual direction?
Just from my first marriage, when I went to my dad and told him that I was getting a divorce, the one thing he said to me that just resonated with me was that he said he would have gotten an attorney taking away my children, but it was all just like, I just felt like it was kind of like a punishment from God. And so I just didn't want to be in another failed marriage. I just didn't.
Did your dad consider it your failure that you got divorced?
Yes.
Did you seek out spiritual counseling?
I did.
Now I want to talk to you about St. Mark's, okay?
Okay.
Do you need some water?
Yes.
May I approach your honor? Yes. Thank you. What is St. Mark's?
It's the church that I attended in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Is it a big church or a small church?
It's a big church.
Did you have any particular role within the church?
Yes, I participated in evangelism, but eventually became a life group leader.
How were you selected to become a life group leader?
One Sunday, was talking to, just in shaking hands with some of the pastors, Pastor Perry, Brodus Perry, he had asked me, he was like, you thinking about being a life group member? And at that time, I was like, I'll consider it. And then eventually I did go ahead and sign up to become a life group leader.
And this was prior to you reaching out for that spiritual counseling, right?
Correct.
How many members go to St. Mark's?
At the time, approximately 6,000.
How many people were selected to be life group leaders?
In our first set of leadership training, it may have been approximately 60 to 80 of us.
Okay. And were you then subdivided into groups?
Yes, we were divided into cohorts.
How many people were in each cohort?
About 8 to 10.
How many people were in your cohort?
It was about 8 of us.
Who was the supervisor, the supervising pastor for your cohort?
Brodus was our leader.
Would you consider y'all's group to have been a close group?
We were very close.
Did you become close with Pastor Perry through that group?
I did.
Is that why you reached out to him for spiritual counseling?
Yes, I trusted him.
Now I want to talk to you about that counseling, okay? When you approached Brodus Perry about counseling, did you explain why you wanted counseling?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I told him that my husband and I were having some marital issues, and I just needed to figure out spiritually which direction I just needed some spiritual guidance on direction.
Did Pastor Perry agree to meet with you?
He did.
Where did y'all meet?
We met in my office.
Why?
I didn't feel comfortable with being in the church, and I wanted to be in a safe space because this was, again, something that I was not fully embracing, that I had to deal with, and I wanted to be in a space where I knew that I could be able to be vulnerable.
During the first counseling session, what did you discuss?
Everything that was going on within my marriage.
How long was the first counseling session?
It was about 2 hours.
Were you emotional during that process?
Yes,
Were you open?
I was.
Did you tell him very personal, private things?
I did.
How long, well, at the end of that session, did you determine at that time that you were going to ask for a second session?
Yes.
How long until you had a second session?
It was approximately 2 to 3 weeks before the next one.
Did it feel good to get all of that off of your chest?
Yes.
Did you reach out to Brodus Perry for a second counseling session?
I did.
Did he say that he would come do a second counseling session?
He did.
When you had your second counseling session, did you ask him about any odd behavior from the first session?
I did.
What was that?
In the first session, from the moment he walked through the door, he had his hands in his coat pocket, his jacket pocket, and he sat there the entire time during the session with his hands in his pocket. So I found that to be a little strange, but I didn't say anything in the first session. So I asked him during the section session, because he came in and he didn't have his hands in his pocket, and I was like, what was that with you having your hands in your pockets? And at that time he told me it was because he was trying to maintain his professionalism.
Was that the first time that you had any indication that he might be interested in you?
That was the first time.
Did you proceed to start with the second counseling session?
We did.
What happened after you started the counseling session?
As I was talking and sharing, Brodus reached over and grabbed, I had a 2-arm chair, and he pulled me toward him and began to passionately kiss me. And from there, in that session, we did have sex for the first time.
Were you proud of that encounter?
In hindsight, no, but at that time, he was giving me everything that I had been missing for a long time.
Did you know that he was married?
I did.
Did you know his wife?
I had, at that time, I had seen her at church, but didn't know of her.
You got to know her better later?
Yes.
How did you feel about the fact that Brodus was married?
At that time, honestly, I did not think about it. I knew that we both were married, and I was engaged in what he was giving me.
Had you had any attention like that in a long time?
No, I hadn't.
Had
In
you
years.
had any emotional attention?
Not in years.
Physical attention?
Not like that, no.
After your counseling sessions, did you end up getting divorced?
That was in February, and I did end up getting divorced in December of that year.
That's when it was finalized?
Yes.
And did Pastor Perry encourage you to get divorced?
We talked about it, and there were times whenever we would be on trips, he would make mention of, oh, we can't do that until you get a divorce, or we can't do this until you get a divorce.
Now, I want to talk to you about your relationship with Brodus Perry, okay?
Okay.
After y'all had sex, did Brodus give you any particular instructions?
Yes. He immediately told me to download a app for us to be able to communicate. That app was called Confide.
Tell the jury what the Confide app did.
The Confide app, it's whenever you would send a message, and when you read that message, it would disappear. You couldn't screenshot it or anything like that. It would immediately disappear once you took your finger off the screen.
Did Brodus teach you how to use that app?
As we continued the app, it was probably maybe a week or two later, he found out that if you had, like, other people had your phone number in your phone and they had that app, then they could see you on it. So he had me to change my name on it and also change the way that I attached it to my account. So I went from having my phone number to coming up with a email address. So I made a new email address to be able to attach it that nobody else had.
And he taught you what all you needed to do for that app to do that?
Correct.
So that it could not be traceable back to you?
Correct.
And he did that all very quickly?
Yes.
Did he have, or was it almost a rule, was it a rule, that you had to use that app to talk to him?
Most of it. That was our main form of communication. As the relationship went on, if he wanted to use
an
a
extravagant
different form
wig
of
she got
communication,
on. Was
like
she
an
testifying
email or
already?
maybe
got back from
even
People
direct
Never Tell.
messaging, he would then tell me, go to this platform or go to that one. But it was not, if I was to reach out to him without him reaching out to me first, I had to use the Confide app.
Did he set any other rules for your relationship?
Yes. As far as it came to trips that he wanted me to go on with him, I was the one who had to pay my way as far as airfare or travel, and then he would, you know, his words would, he would then take care of the rest, meaning that I would have somewhere to stay. When I was in the hotel rooms, I was to stay naked. I couldn't have on any clothes. I had to. And the only way I would have clothes on is if, like, you know, we were getting ready to go out. But other than that, when in the hotel room, I had to be naked. I couldn't, if something was to have happened to him as far as medically, he did not want me to call 911. I would have to call, who we referenced him as the professor, but it was Pastor Pointer. I would have to call him in order to get him emergency attention. He said verbatim lots of times, do not call 911.
Did he add any rules towards the end of your relationship?
At the end of the relationship, he wanted me to say yes, sir, and no, sir to him.
Now, I want to kind of break those down individually, okay?
Okay.
You were required to use the Confide app.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the travel, okay? What kind of trips did Brodus want you to come on?
The very first one was to Vegas. He had some convention or something that he was at, and so that was the first one. He had invited me to go to Cuba with him that year, but he ended up right at the last minute changing it, saying that Tabitha wanted to go with him, so she went with him, and he was like, well, since you're not going to Cuba, go ahead and sign up to go to Israel for the church group trip. So I signed up to go to Israel and paid my way for that. I traveled with him to Savannah whenever he would go with Pastor Pointer.
Were there some trips that were for the pastors?
Yes.
And then other trips that were for the church group members?
The only church group that trip we went on was to Israel. The rest of them would be if he was doing something on his own, I guess, speaking engagement wise, or if he was following Pastor Pointer.
And then were there also personal trips?
And then we had personal trips.
If Brodus told you that he wanted you to go on that trip, was it expected that you would be on that trip?
I was on that trip.
Now I want to talk to you about the hotel room rule, okay? What would happen when Brodus would walk in and you were wearing clothing in a hotel room?
Once I did it and just, I don't know if I was cold or what, but when he was like, why do you still have on clothes? And when that happened, he withdrew affection from me. Like he was very cold, didn't want to be intimate until after I got undressed. But even then, it was then like a punishment I had to wait for him to decide that he was going to then give affection.
Now I want to talk to you about Pastor Pointer, okay?
Okay.
You called him the professor?
Yes.
What was his position within St. Mark's?
He was the lead pastor of St. Mark.
Did he know about your relationship with Brodus?
Yes, we hung out together a lot.
Do you know, is that why Pastor Pointer was supposed to be his medical emergency contact?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about the beginning of your relationship with Brodus, okay? How would you describe y'all's relationship at the beginning?
At the beginning, it was, I'm gonna have to say, amazing. I felt beautiful. He showed me so much attention. We did all kind of things together. It was, I mean, like, even we gelled intellectually. It was a great relationship.
Everything that you didn't have before?
Everything I didn't have before. Even to the fact I show up at my office and he had me a dozen of roses sent to me. It was just like everything that I wanted, everything that I even shared with him that I didn't have, he was giving it to me.
Did you also give him things?
I did.
What kind of things did Brodus like?
As the relationship progressed, he got into cigars, and that was a big thing for him, to the point to where he had someone to draw him up a logo, and then I selected the name, so he became the Smoking Savant. And so the more expensive the cigar, the better for him. Then it went from cigars to bourbon, and he had to have the best of the bourbons.
Did you buy him the best of the bourbons?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy him the best of cigars?
I did.
Did you buy him other things?
He wanted this Toomey briefcase for work. I think it was like $400. I got him that. He was working out, and so he needed more workout clothes, and so I purchased him like $400 worth of gear in Nike gear. There was a time when he wanted to redo his closet and get some things organized, and I bought all the organization things to make sure that whatever he needed, I did it so that he could be good.
Did he also expect you to do that?
It got to a point to where it did become an expectation.
At the beginning of your relationship, at some point, did Tabitha go to Florida?
Yes, in 2017, it was around, I think, October. Brodus said that he had sent Tabitha back to Florida and that they were separated. He said that he just needed, he was feeling this urge of, he had this thing of saying that he was always wanting to be single. He never knew what it meant to be a single man. And so in that instance, he was sending her back so he could explore that to some degree.
Did he indicate to you that they were separated?
Yes.
How long was she in Florida?
At least to after Christmas.
So over a month?
Yes.
2 months?
Yes.
And during that period of time, were you staying with him a lot?
Yes, I stayed probably about 3 or 4 nights with him during that time. And we also went out of the country.
Now, I want to talk to you about when y'all would travel together, kind of what you would, or I'm sorry, not when you traveled, the things that y'all would do together.
Okay.
Travel was one of them, right?
Yes.
And did you both get interested in bourbon?
I did start eventually tasting them. He would always ask me to taste and try to figure out the notes or the different contents of them, but it wasn't something that I just enjoyed.
What about cigars?
Again, I did begin to smoke certain cigars. He picked out one that was better for me than the others that wasn't too strong.
Did you go with him to cigar lounges?
Yes. Everywhere we traveled, we would find cigar lounges.
Did you actually pay his dues to cigar clubs?
The first, I paid 2 sets of dues. The first set of dues was at Dave's and Sons, and those weren't that much. And then the second one was at a club called 1836.
Were those expensive?
They were $125.
A month?
Yes.
Did he ask you to pay that?
No.
You just did
I
to
did
make him
because,
happy?
yes.
Did you engage in any physical activities together?
We ran together. We eventually began cycling. He got upset with me because I did not purchase his bike. I was like, I can't afford your $2,500 bike and mine, and that did cause him to be upset. But he eventually got his bike and I got mine, and we joined a cycling club together. We also exercised together. We would go swimming. So we did those things.
Around those kind of activities, did you have any particular rules that you had to follow?
Now, if we were at the cigar lounge and we was not hanging out with a certain group, he would have me to call a certain individual to invite her to come, so that it looked like it was more of a church thing than it was just he and I hanging out. And that was just kind of the case even with the running. It was going to always be somebody from the church, even though they didn't know they were a third party. It was the way of being able for us to still be together, but it not look like it was just us together. It would always be someone from the church.
And who made that rule to have somebody else always there?
That was him.
I want to talk to you now about ethical non-monogamy, okay?
Yes.
Did Brodus talk to you about ethical non-monogamy?
Yes.
Was this a lifestyle that he was interested in?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what Brodus told you about ethical non-monogamy? What is it?
It is where individuals are able to have multiple relationships, but everyone in the relationship must consent.
Did Brodus tell you that he had talked to Tabitha about ethical non-monogamy?
He did.
Did he tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet?
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
So she was not allowed to be open on her side.
Correct.
But he told you that she had given him permission to go outside.
Yes.
But he had not told her about you, to your knowledge.
No, not to my knowledge.
Did Brodus ever give you a book to read?
The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I could have a more foundation and knowledge of this lifestyle that he was wanting to be in.
Did you read that book?
I did.
Were you interested in the lifestyle espoused by that book?
No, I was not.
How soon into the relationship did Brodus Perry start discussing this concept of ethical non-monogamy?
Actually, it started, so we were just having conversations about things in life that we wanted to do, bucket list type of things that we were curious in. And at that time, he was like, one of the things I want to do is have a threesome. And I was like, yeah, no, that's nothing I've ever thought about. But he was like, well, I've had one before, but I paid for it, and this time I want to have one where I don't have to pay for it. And so he began to speak about, the term he would use is Tabitha and I being sister wives. Didn't quite know what that meant, but as things went on, he would start to talk about me watching them have sex. And he was like, but I think she'll be on board with it, just give it time. But so this would be the dialogue. And that dialogue just continued on to where it went from watchers to now wanting to have the threesomes, and then that's when the ethical slut was introduced. And so it was just like a progression of this lifestyle that he wanted.
So kind of breaking that down, how far into the relationship did he start discuss wanting a watcher with you?
It was pretty early on. I would have to say it was before they took their trip to Cuba, which was around his birthday in May, that he began to talk. He was talking about the watcher. So that was 3 months.
Was that a different trip than the birthday trip that he took where he had the threesome?
Yes, that was a different trip.
Okay. Did the threesome birthday trip happen while y'all were together or before?
It happened while we were together.
Did you know that he was going to do that?
The threesome trip in Cuba?
No, when he went and paid for the threesome.
Oh, that was well before I knew him.
Okay. At any point, did you watch him and Tabitha have sex?
No.
Was Tabitha ever invited to watch you and Brodus have sex?
No.
Were you comfortable with the concept of a watcher?
No.
Was Brodus persistent about a watcher?
Very much so.
Explain that for me.
Everywhere we went, he would even text me and say, "Hey, you need to find us a watcher. Find us a watcher." And so I got to the point I was like, if I can find somebody, hopefully I can get him to stop. So I asked a friend of mine if she would do it for us, and she was like, if I do, we're taking it to our grave. He had me to tell her to download Confide, and we were able to dialogue three-way, and the things that he was asking her to do, she just backed out.
Did that whole thing make you very uncomfortable?
Very much so.
Why were you willing to even entertain it?
I wanted to make him happy.
So now I want to talk to you about Brodus wanting to expand the ethical non-monogamy. Well, I guess first, was he actually engaging in ethical non-monogamy?
No.
Tabitha had no idea any of this was going on, right?
No.
As far as you knew, she knew that that's what he wanted, but he hadn't told her.
As far as I knew, correct.
And you've heard differently from even that here.
Yes.
Did Brodus ask you about expanding the relationship beyond you?
He did.
When he asked you about that, how did you respond?
I told him I didn't want to.
Did he tell you, well, my wife's on board with it, so why isn't my girlfriend?
That's exactly what he said.
Did that cause problems between you and Brodus?
At first, no, but as it continued to go on, it did. Especially after he joined like this, he called it a book club, but they met on Marco Polo talking about the book, The Ethical Slut, and so the more that he engaged in that, it became to where it was, because he was more like, why are you not on board with this? And I'm like, why would I be? Like, it doesn't make sense, because we already have limited time together, so why would I say, yes, you can be able to be with multiple women? And so it was that part, it was hard.
Did you love Brodus, Mary?
I shouldn't have, but I did.
Were you in love with Brodus Perry?
I was.
Were you wanting to build a life with Brodus Perry?
I wanted what we had at that time, yes.
And y'all saw each other frequently, right?
We saw each other just about every day. I would cook for him, and so he would come to my office to eat lunch. If he didn't come to the office, I would drop it off for him. But it got to the point to where he knew my code to my office, so he would just come in. He knew where to get his lunch, warm it up, and if I had a session, of course, he would wait out in his vehicle, but other than that, he would come in and we would sit there and have lunch every day.
How did Brodus react when you told him that you were not open to expanding to allow him to have more girlfriends?
He was emotionally distant. Like, well, he would tell me, well, you need to go and find someone. And I'd be like, I don't want anyone but you. And so he knew that would play on like my insecurities. So one time when he said, you need to go out and find someone, I said, well, what if I do? And he said, well, then we won't be together. So he knew that was going to get to me because I wanted to be with him. I enjoyed our time together when we did have it. And so he used the emotional part, the affection. He would give it to me, withdraw it if I wasn't really complying with what he wanted.
Since all of this has happened, have you had time to really retrospectively consider your relationship with Brodus?
Yes.
I want to talk to you back to that. I want to talk to you about that Marco Polo group, okay?
Okay.
Brodus was in an ethical non-monogamy group with 2 other women, right?
Yes.
Were you a part of that group?
I was not.
Were you ever allowed to be involved with that group?
I wasn't.
But you knew about it.
Yes.
Would he have let you contribute?
That was the first time that of any activity that he done that he didn't even invite me to do.
Did he actively keep it from you?
I would say so, because with any other thing he did, even to joining like a bourbon society, like we had memberships to a lot of things together, but that was one thing that he did not invite me to.
I want to talk to you about when Brodus and Tabitha Perry moved to Memphis, okay?
Okay.
Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Brodus, right?
To my knowledge, according to him, the pastor from Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Pastor Pointer, and then Pastor Pointer shared that with Brodus.
Had Brodus, to your knowledge, had any issues at St. Mark's?
Yes, he would tell me a lot about conflict that he was having with some of his coworkers. And then there was one instance where, according to him, he had misuse of a credit card.
Your Honor, this is going to the context of their relationship, just giving background on, this is going to her buying things, paying for things. This is a debt that she repaid for him, and that's what it's going into. I'm going to rephrase my question a little bit, okay? At some point, did a situation arise where you had to pay back money to the church for Brodus?
Yes.
How much was that?
The debt was $2,500, but I ended up getting him $2,300, and he got very upset with me about it.
Why did he get upset with you about it?
Because he wanted me to do the full price.
And that was not your debt, right?
No.
So, did Brodus talk to you when this other church reached out to him?
He did.
Did he discuss with you whether or not he should accept it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I thought it was a great opportunity for him.
Why?
Because of the things that was being shared to me, that some things he was dealing with within the employment at St. Mark. I thought that would be a great thing for him. So he sent me his resume, told me to change it to performance-based, and I did that, and he went to the interview.
Is Mississippi Boulevard a prestigious church?
To my knowledge.
And you're not from here, right?
No.
You've never lived in Memphis?
I have not.
Did he eventually, to your knowledge, accept that position at Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes.
Did the church have a going away party for Brodus and Tabitha Perry?
I planned a going away party. Actually, he had two. He had one at the Cigar Lounge and then one for the church.
Who planned the party at the cigar lounge?
I did.
Who planned the party at the church?
I did.
Who paid for the majority of the gifts?
I did. And then he gave me a backstory on how to be able to elicit money from the other members of the church so that he could have a certain amount of money for when he left.
What do you mean?
Like it was, hey, reach out to the life groups and tell them, you know, I'm going away and we're going to do monetary gifts. So that's what I did.
Did he get monetary gifts from that?
He did.
Before Brodus left, did he give you his new address in Memphis?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about after they moved, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship with Brodus Perry continue after he moved to Memphis?
Yes.
Would Brodus come back to Little Rock?
He would.
Do you know why he would come? Why he would come back?
Yes. The main reason why he would come back is because of his orthodontics appointments, and then also he was building up a business and a consulting business, and he was beginning to get. He had one client that he was coming back to begin to do some consulting with.
What would happen when he came in town between the two of y'all?
We would meet up at the hotel and hang out.
I want to, and was that he would come in town and he would contact you?
Yes.
And y'all would get together?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about April the 15th. I'm sorry, not April the 15th, March the 15th of 2019, okay?
Okay.
Did Brodus come in town that day?
He did.
Did he text you?
He did.
Did you meet him at the hotel?
I did.
Do you recall what hotel?
I think it may have been Spring Hill.
What happened after you went to the hotel?
The first time I went to the hotel, it was, you know, just a drop off. He had asked me to bring him, to go buy him something to eat and to stop by and get him some bourbon. After I brought that to him, we made an agreement to meet up later on. I had called him and as it was getting later and say, hey, what time are we going to meet up? And he was just like, I don't know, I'll let you know. But he never called. So I was at home and I was like, I'm just gonna break up with him. Like I'm not gonna do this treatment. Like no. I went to the lounge. I still had some gifts to give him, and he was coming out, and I said, unlock your car, and I started putting the gifts in. Well, once he got closer to me, he just hugged me and gave me the key to the room and was like, go to the room. So I was like, okay, and I did.
Once he hugged you, was it all better?
It was.
Is that kind of how it went with Brodus?
Yes.
So tell me about what happened after that.
That was one of the times that I still had my clothes on. So of course, when he got in there, he's like, why you still got clothes on? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got undressed. I did tell him, I said, I was coming to break up with you because of the way you're treating me. And he laughed it off and was like, well, why didn't you? And I was like, because you know I really do love you. He came over to the bed, started tickling me. We laughed it off. And then as we began to engage in what I thought was going to be love making was not that night.
Can you tell me what happened?
As I was performing oral sex on him, he began to thrust himself inside my mouth really hard. And I told him that that was hurting. Then he grabbed my hair. I had long hair, and he wrapped my hair around his hand and he started yanking it. And when he wasn't thrusting himself in my mouth, he was pulling my hair really hard. And with his other hand, he would just hit me and hit me and hit me. And I was like, it's hurting. And he was like, you better not bite me. You better not bite me. And then after that, we had sex, and it was just rough, and it was hard, and it was just not what I was used to. And then once we finished, something he never ever does was he rolled over and just gave me the cold shoulder, and I was like, you're not gonna hold me? And he was like, no, and just went to sleep.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used.
Did that affect you emotionally?
Yes. I was just like, what has always happened to me?
Did you decide anything when you were in that emotional state?
Well, that particular night, I just was, that morning, we stayed the night together, and that morning he got up and he left. He was getting dressed, and I was like, where are you going? Like, we always shower together. And he was like, and I was like, where are you going with still smelling like me? And he was like, none of your business. I was like, since when did you not tell me your schedule? And he left. Well, he was getting ready to leave, so I got up and I got dressed, and as I got dressed, I grabbed the key card for the room off the thing, and he laughed it off, and I left. And later on, I texted and said, hey, are we meeting up again? And he was like, I'll let you know. Of course, the day went on. I had rearranged everything, thinking that he was going to end up we would see each other earlier that day, but I didn't. And so that night, when I still didn't hear from him, I decided to head to the room, and as I was going, he was there. But in my wanting to head to the room, I had made the decision that I was going to kill myself in front of him, because I just wanted him to feel the pain that he was causing me. So when we got in the room, he was already in there by the time I parked and got in. And I pulled out my gun and I told him, you about to feel the same pain that you've been giving me.
Did you ever threaten him?
No.
Did you threaten yourself?
I told him I was going to kill myself.
What did he do?
He began to tell me no, and he kept saying that he loved me and that we can fix it. And I was just like, no, you're treating me so bad. And he was just like, that's not, I love you, I love you. And eventually he talked me into putting the gun on the counter and coming over and sitting there talking to him.
Did that restore a reason for you to live in that moment?
It did.
Was this the first time that you had gotten to the point of hopelessness that you felt like you needed to kill yourself?
Not in a relationship, no.
Have you struggled for a long time with depression and suicidal ideations?
Yes.
After Broadus convinced you to put down the gun, did he take the gun away from you?
No.
Did he take the gun from the counter?
It wasn't until I got ready to leave when I went back to try to get it, and then he pushed me out of the way and he got it.
He didn't want you to be able to leave with the gun?
No.
And was he worried what you would do with it?
Yes. But he made me promise to meet him the next morning at the lounge.
Do you know where he put the gun?
At that time, I did not.
But he kept it from you, right?
Yes.
And you later found out that he had placed it in a locker at the cigar lounge?
Yes.
After that happened, did you realize that you needed a little bit of time?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a plan to go and be with my friend. She is a therapist, but I just needed to get away, and she had an extra room. And so I just told her that I needed her to watch me and to just be there if I needed her. And
was she in Little Rock?
She lived in Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
So how far away from Little Rock?
About a 45-minute drive.
Is she someone that you also worked with?
Yes.
At that point in time, were you pretty desperate for?
Yes, I even was gonna go and be with another friend of mine who was a clinician, but she lived in St. Louis. But she then, by the time it was for me to leave one friend to go to her, was then going through some marital issues herself, so I decided not to go to her house.
During the time that you stayed with your friend, were you speaking with Rodas?
Very limited.
When you got back to Little Rock, did you resume speaking with Rodas?
I did.
Were y'all still together at that point?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about April the 4th, 2019, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the text that you got on April the 4th?
I had sent our regular good morning text. I didn't hear anything from him that morning. And then later in the afternoon, I seen what he had responded. And so I opened it up. And it said, I think our time is up. So he had broke up with me via disappearing text.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used and worthless, and I just felt like trash. Like, who does that to somebody who they say that they love?
How did you react after you read that?
I wrote a letter. I wrote a suicide note to my family, because I was just like, I'm tired. I'm tired of the pain. I'm tired of it all. And I just wanted I wanted the pain to end. So I wrote a note and made a plan to take my life.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Yes. Latasha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the note that I wrote to my family.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next numbered exhibit. In objection.
Objection, Your Honor. Should be 22. Who showed the suicide letter is exhibit 22.
Latasha, can you tell me the date and time of that letter?
April 4, 2019 at 3:14 p.m.
Can you read that letter to the jury?
To my family, I'm sorry that I have let you down. I tried my best to be the person you all thought I was. I tried to be the person you could count on and be proud of. However, I have been depressed for a long time. I did well with coping until the past 2 years. My world changed February 24th, 2017. And the shit just keeps getting worse. I know what I have been through may be nothing to some. And you don't understand why I couldn't bounce back. I have fought hard for so long to keep things together. I didn't trust anyone to know deep down how bad I was struggling. Only a handful of people knew, but they couldn't help me. To my fellas, I'm so sorry that I have let you down. I have fought hard to be the best mother I could be to each of you. I pray that what I have taught you will stick with you forever. Please don't be ashamed of me. Mother, thank you for being my mother. Please know that although you didn't think I loved you, I really did. I wanted so badly for us to be close. There was many times I just wanted to crawl into your arms and have you hold me. I'm sorry for being a failure. I tried to make you proud of me. Words can't explain or express the pain I feel at this moment. I have pretended for so long to be happy. I have tried to work through the pain and begin to heal, but just as my life would have it, yet another loss appears to remind me just how much of a failure I am. I don't have any insurance and I don't have any money, so please just have me cremated and don't worry about a service. I don't want to be a burden. I'm sorry for letting all you down. I love you all so much, and I wish I could live myself as much as I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. This got out of hand, but it says, "I'm sorry for letting all of you down, and I love you all so much. I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how to continue bearing the pain I have felt for over 25 years of my life. With each loss, hurt, disappointment, etc. I've experienced through the years, it only added to my current state of mind. I thought I could continue to push through and be strong, the strong Tasha everyone know, but I can't. I'm weak, and I have been for over the past year and a half. I thought I would bounce back. I prayed consistently, but I guess God no longer hears my prayers since I wasn't doing His will. I'm not perfect. I've messed up so many times in my life. The thing I wanted to be the most successful in, I messed up not once, but twice. Well, really 3 times. I will leave that for you all to find in my journal.
You wrote that at 3:14 p.m.?
Yes.
that?
I left it in my phone because I knew my little sister would find it because she helped me with my appointments. And that's the phone she used for making my appointments.
Did you leave it for her to find?
Yes.
What did you do after you wrote that note?
I drove to Sherwood to go purchase a gun.
Why did you go purchase a gun?
Because I didn't have my other one.
What was the purpose of the gun?
I wanted to end my life, and I felt like that was going to be the best way to do it.
When you went to that store, were you buying a gun to kill yourself, or were you buying a gun to kill someone else?
I was buying a gun to kill myself. I had a whole plan.
What was your plan?
I didn't want to do it at my house because my son lived with me. So I decided, as I was just thinking about all the pain, to go to this park in Jacksonville, Arkansas.
How far away from Little Rock was that park?
Jacksonville might be about a 20-minute drive from my home. And the reason why I chose that was because that's where Brodus was. He wasn't from Jacksonville, Arkansas, but the Jacksonville part of it was attached to him. And the name of the park was Johnson Park, which was attached to my second ex-husband. And then Ray Road, my daddy's middle name was Ray, so I just associated with all the pain from the men in my life, and so that's where I was gonna go.
How did you go there?
I was gonna drive in my car. It's from my home, it would have been straight down 440.
Is that an interstate?
Yes.
What happened while you were driving to Johnson Park?
As I was driving, I saw the Memphis exit. And so then I was like, go talk to him, Tasha. Just go let him see you. Go see why. And that's what I did.
This chick is absolutely crazy.
Drove so I can see him face to face and hope that I can get something from him besides the fact that he broke up with me with a disappearing text. And as I was driving, he did text me, and as he was telling me that he still loved me. So I was trying to just figure out what was going on.
What did you do after you saw the Memphis exit?
I took it, and I drove to Memphis.
Where did you go?
I went down to where I knew he would possibly be, which was a lounge, I guess it's in the downtown Memphis area called The Pocket. At the time, I think it was a fairly new lounge that he, when he got employment at Mississippi Boulevard, one of the members there had told him about.
Did you go to the Pocket because Brodus told you he goes to the Pocket on Thursday?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I don't. I just know it was dark, and I know that I circled around for approximately 30 minutes trying to find a parking spot because I didn't know that you couldn't like park on the street. Like everything down there was paid. Like, and yeah.
Just to back up for a second.
Why all of a sudden she talking so calm? Boy, how you get rid of your tears that quick?
What did you take with you?
Just my license and my debit card.
Where was your purse?
I guess I had left it at home.
Did you bring just necessities with you to the gun store?
Yes.
And you left the gun store right after you finished purchasing the gun, right?
Yes.
How did you select the gun?
I went with what was the cheapest that was on. They have a wall that has all the guns, the names, and the prices, and I just chose the cheapest one.
How did you select ammunition?
Whatever the guy told me to get, I got it. Because I was about to walk out the store till he was like, do you need ammunition? I was like, oh yeah. And so he told me whatever he recommended, I was like, yes.
And did you see it on the video where he was showing you different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Is that what he was saying?
Right. And I
so
told you couldn't hear, but I was like, I don't know. Just whatever you tell me.
When you left the gun store, what did you do with the gun?
I think it was still in the bag. I went home because I did wanted to leave my son something. So I had stopped at the ATM and got out whatever money I could get. And so when I got home, I put that in his room. And then I changed clothes. And I dumped some bullets out on the bed and just grabbed a handful of them and took the gun and left the house.
What did you do with the handful of bullets on the gun?
Once I got in my car, because I was trying to hurry up and leave because I didn't want him to come home while I was there, I loaded the gun in my car. And once whatever was left over, I put everything into my coat pocket that was sitting in the passenger seat.
Now, when you parked downtown, where did you go?
I started walking in the direction which I knew the lounge was. And once I got on the street, I started walking up the street, and I actually saw Brodus coming out of the lounge, and I walked past him.
Were there any rules in your relationship regarding how to behave when you saw him in public?
Yes, I was not to approach him because I never knew who he may have in his company, so I was not to approach him, but if he acknowledged me, then I could have, talk to him.
Did you come within his sight?
Yes.
Did he acknowledge you?
Yes.
You actually walked right?
I walked past him, and so he said, so you're just going to walk past me and not say anything?
At that point in time, did y'all engage in a conversation?
Yes.
After you talked with Brodus, what'd y'all figure out?
Well, we decided that because his thing was I still wasn't wanting to be on board with him and this non-monogamy and have been able to see other women. So we came to I told him, well, we still haven't told Tab. You've always said something about telling Tab, so we haven't told Tabitha. And he said, okay, we'll tell Tabitha. He told me to go to the apartment and just talk to her about tenants until he got there, and that once he was there, we would tell her. He had to go to his boss house to drop off something. And so he gave me a backstory as to what to tell her if she asked me while I was in town, and we left. But before leaving, we came to the resolve that once we told Tabitha about the relationship, we had a trip that was planned to go. We was going to Kentucky. If she said yes, then that would be a new start, a fresh start. But if she said no, then that would be the trip that we would end.
Did Brodus indicate to you that he was going to tell Tabitha while y'all were at the apartment?
Yes.
About your relationship?
Yes.
And what would have happened, or would you have been allowed to tell Tabitha without his okay?
I didn't know.
What would you have been able to continue a relationship with Brodus if you had done that?
No.
So I want to talk to you then about when you left downtown, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go?
I put in the address that he had given me, and so that address did say Collierville. I didn't know how far away it was or anything. I just placed it in the GPS.
Do you remember what time you arrived at the apartment?
I know it was late. I just remember when we were there and we were talking, I remember the news coming on.
Probably around 9 o'clock?
Yes.
So you left Little Rock, Arkansas at approximately 5 o'clock, right? And drove to downtown Memphis, right?
Yes.
That takes about 2.5 hours?
Yes.
How long would you say that you were talking with Brodus?
We talked for a while because I remember the valet pulling the car up a ways and getting out, and just because he was sitting in there waiting on him and we never did, so he just pulled it up and we continued to talk.
So then you left downtown, it was dark?
Yes.
Drove to Collierville?
Yes.
What did you do when you arrived at the apartment?
I circled around because I couldn't, it was dark and I really couldn't see like numbers or anything. So I circled around, and then I guess eventually I found the building number, and I parked and found my way to their apartment according to the address.
If I may just have one moment, Your Honor. This is part of Exhibit 12.
Latasha, is that your car?
Yes.
Is this also a photograph of your vehicle?
Yes.
Which vehicle is yours in that picture?
The silver one?
This one?
Yes.
While you were sitting in your car, did you call Brodus?
I did, and I shared with him that I was a little nervous and could we just go somewhere and talk, and he said no. We're going, you wanted to talk to Tabitha, we're going to talk to her.
Did he answer every time you called him?
I didn't call him a lot, but I did that night.
Before you walked inside, was there a time you called him and he didn't answer?
No.
Okay, not that you recall?
Not that I recall.
After you had talked to him and he said, no, we're gonna do this, what did you do?
I went to the apartment and knocked on the door.
Were you wearing your coat?
Yes.
When did you put on your coat?
When I got out of the car to go to find him at the lounge.
Is that when you were walking around downtown at night by yourself?
Yes.
Did you ever take your coat off after leaving downtown?
No.
When you left downtown, how would you describe your feelings?
I was a little hopeful. I was like, okay, maybe, you know, we can get some resolve. We can get back to normal. And so that's what I was focused on.
And when he insisted on telling Tabitha, did you get even more hope?
Yes.
So what did you do? Did you get out of your car?
Yes, I got out of my car.
Were you still wearing your jacket?
Yes.
Did it register to you that you had a gun in your pocket?
It did not.
Did you go to the apartment?
I did.
What did you do when you got to the door?
I knocked on the door, and I can't remember, but I ended up bending down, and that's when she said, you know, I'm not going to open the door for someone I don't see. And so I knocked again, and that's when she was like, Tasha, is that you?
What do you mean you bent down?
I don't know if, I couldn't remember if it was time or sure or something. I just remember bending down, which is why she didn't see me when I knocked the first time.
You just don't remember?
No, I don't, yeah.
Who answered the door?
Tabitha.
What did she do when she answered the door?
She, once she opened it, she embraced me and said hello and welcomed me in.
Did you go inside?
I did.
Where did you go when you went inside?
She positioned for me to toward the couch, and she sat on one end and I sat on the other.
And that would be Your Honor, if I may put this is part of the cumulative exhibit. Is this the couch that you're referring to?
Yes.
And you were seated on this side?
I was.
And Tabitha was seated on this side?
Yes.
Did you talk to Tabitha?
Yes, we talked. We talked about tennis, but right before we kind of got into the tennis talk, she had made a phone call to Brodus.
And what did she say to him?
She told him, she asked how long it was going to be before he got there. And then she told him she had a surprise for him.
When Tabitha let you into the apartment, did she close the door behind you?
Yes.
You and Tabitha were sitting alone in the apartment with a closed door, right?
Yes.
Would anybody outside of the apartment have been able to see in through that door?
No.
How long did you sit talking with Tabitha?
Again, I know the news ended up coming on, so maybe 15 minutes or so.
At any point, did you pull your gun out and threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, did you verbally threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, were you trying to hurt Tabitha?
Not at all.
Were you happy to be there about to have this conversation with Tabitha?
Yes.
Was Brodus there yet?
No.
Now I want to talk to you about when Brodus Perry arrived, okay?
Okay.
When he walked in the door, could you see him?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he saw you?
When he came in, he didn't look surprised or anything, which is what I thought he would do since he knew I was going to be there. But he was just like, I think Tab was like, surprise. And he was like, this is not a surprise. I thought you had some keto cookies for me. And from there, he was like, what are you doing here? And then I went with the story again that I was in town for a conference. And we just kind of started engaging in small talk. He came and sat beside me. And then after about a minute or so, it was like, would you like a pour?
What is a pour?
A pour is some bourbon.
Did you accept the pour of bourbon?
I did.
Where was Brodus seated?
He was approximately a foot or two from me.
I'm putting back up from the cumulative exhibit.
That blue chair?
This blue chair right
Yes.
here? And you were seated here?
Yes.
And Tabitha was still seated here?
Yes.
After you accepted the pour of bourbon from him, did he make any comments about you drinking?
He came back and sat down, and as we were talking, he would make references to me drinking and would say, well, I think you're going to have to stay the night. So I'm thinking, okay, well, this is about to get into this conversation. But he never would give me eye contact. But he would continue to make, it's like, we have to clean off the bed in there because it has a lot of clothes on it. And, but I'm still looking at him to get, like, to see where you going with this. But he never did lead into the conversation. He actually started asking me questions like, so where are you staying in Memphis? And I'm like, that wasn't part of what you told me you was going to say. So I don't know Memphis. He knows I didn't know Memphis. And so I didn't know what to say. I finally said an Airbnb. And then Tabitha was like, where? And I was like, downtown. And then that conversation ended. And he continued to say something about me staying the night, but never going into the conversation of what we were supposed to be talking about.
Had you ever been into that apartment before?
No.
On April the 4th, when you were there, What part of the apartment did you go into?
I walked through the front door, which led into a small little hallway and right into their kitchen area.
And then into the living
And
room?
then into, yes.
Did you go into any bedroom?
No.
Your Honor, this is part of the cumulative exhibit 13. Did you ever go into the guest bedroom?
I did not.
What is all over the bed in the guest bedroom?
Clothes?
Had you seen that?
No.
But those are the clothes Brodus was talking about?
Yes.
When he was talking about clearing off the bed and you sleeping over, did you think that was his jumping off point to talk to Tabitha?
I thought so.
How were you feeling at that point?
Very nervous.
Were you also excited?
I think I was more nervous because I just didn't know which way it was going to go, but hopeful.
At some point, you lost hope.
Yes.
And you said you were going to leave.
Yes.
Why did you decide to leave?
I saw that it wasn't going anywhere. Like I said, he was not giving me eye contact. So I knew, or I felt like he had changed his mind. And I just didn't want to keep sitting there feeling, at that point, stupid.
What happened after you said you were going to leave?
Tabitha got up, he got up, and so she began to tell me about watching for the police, you know, because I had been drinking.
Had you drank a lot?
No, not at all. But she still was just letting me know. And she began to walk toward the door. And I asked him, would he walk me out? He said no. And I said, why not, sir? That's Southern hospitality for you to walk a woman outside when it's dark. Because I wanted to just get him to see, like, what happened. Why didn't you follow through? But he refused to walk me out. So Tabitha opened the door and was walking out. I was still trying to get him to walk me out. And as I reached into my pockets to get my keys, I remember being outside the door, and then the next thing I was standing in their kitchen.
Do you deny that you shot Brodus Perry?
I do not.
Do you deny that you shot Tabitha?
I don't, but I know it wasn't intentional.
Did you mean to shoot Tabitha?
No, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody.
When you went to that apartment that day, did you intend to use your gun on either Brodus or Tabitha?
No.
When you went there, what was your purpose in going there?
Thinking that I was gonna get some kind of ending to the relationship.
And what do you mean?
Like, okay, of course, after I got to, you know, talking to him at the lounge, we had a plan. It was either gonna be a start or an ending, but it was something that I could see, like I knew it wasn't just a disappearing text and but it's still, I love you, you know. So I went to the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better word, to get some resolve.
Did you have hope, given that Tabitha was open to the open marriage?
I was nervous about that because, like I said, he had told me she had these rules about not nobody that you know.
This darn
things
freak
like
can't
that. So, like,
fool us,
she
man.
knows me. So I don't know what that was gonna be.
Man, she wanted that threesome to keep him.
Anything beyond that.
As far as Tabitha goes, this is a person that you became friendly with, right?
Correct.
How did you balance that with having an affair with her husband?
It was very hard. She, like, we started off, she had approached me to invite me to lunch. It came out of nowhere, and I didn't know, like, what was really going on, because by this time, Brodus had been talking about us being sister wives, and so when she asked me, I was a little confused, because I'm like, okay, you know, has he talked to her about it? But she never said anything about our relationship. Even when we began to play tennis, it was her who initiated it. So it was uncomfortable for me, but we were friendly. And it was hard, but I still did it because I wasn't going to tell her because I love Brodus.
When Brodus told you that he wouldn't walk you outside, he said, Tab will do it. How did that make you feel?
Rejected, unworthy, stupid. I was so stupid. And it hurt so bad.
Were you angry or were you hurt?
I was hurt.
Were you thinking clearly when you pulled the trigger?
No.
Were you reacting to that situation?
Yes.
Was that a traumatic situation for you too, in retrospect?
Oh, yes. I hate what happened. I'm so very sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody. I've spent most of my life helping. I never would intentionally try to hurt anybody.
Did you ever plan to kill Brodus Perry?
Never.
When you drove to Memphis, were you driving to Memphis to kill Brodus Perry?
No.
Why did you drive to Memphis?
I drove because I just wanted to see him.
Why?
I wanted him to explain why he did that.
Did you hope he would say, we can be together?
Yes.
Did he give you that hope when you went to the apartment?
He did.
Did he yank that hope away?
He did.
As
he often did.
Did you break in that moment?
I shattered.
Did you ever intend to hurt Tabitha?
No.
Did you even realize that you had shot her?
No.
So I have cross-examination.
Ms. Daniels, I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019 at around 4 o'clock. You remember yesterday when we introduced that surveillance footage of you at the gun store, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you know that that was you in the gun store.
That was me.
And you purchased a gun that day.
I did.
And you also purchased ammunition that day.
I did.
And when you went to that gun store, you brought your state-issued ID, correct?
Yes.
And you brought your credit card, correct?
I did.
And once you left with that gun and the ammunition, you didn't go to Jacksonville, did you?
No.
You drove to Memphis.
No. I drove home.
But you eventually ended up in Memphis, did you not?
That is correct.
And you chose to go see Brodus Perry, correct?
Yes, I chose to go see him.
A man that you chose to be involved with.
When I first encountered Mr. Perry for counseling, I did not choose to be with him. I went to him for direction, not a relationship.
It's a yes or no question. You chose to be involved with him after you met him, did you not?
Yes.
And when you got to Memphis, and after you talked to Mr. Perry, you drove to his apartment, correct?
Yes, I drove to his apartment.
And from Sherman, Arkansas to Memphis, it's about a 3-hour drive, right?
According to what has been said, I wasn't counting.
And when you got to that apartment, you talked to Mrs. Perry.
Yes.
And when you got to that apartment, you stayed there and you talked with her for about 20 minutes. Correct?
Yes, we talked for about 20 minutes.
And then once Mr. Perry got there, you talked to him.
Yes.
And while they were gracious enough to walk you out of their apartment after an unexpected visit, you got your gun out, didn't you?
It wasn't unexpected from him.
But for Miss Perry, it was.
It was.
And after you exited, you decided to take your gun out, correct?
No.
And after you exited, you shot Mrs. Perry, did you not?
My
Yes or no?
actions resulted in them being shot, yes.
And then you shot Mr. Perry, did you not?
It wasn't a conscious decision, but yes.
But you didn't do it because you lost control. You did it because you thought he deserved it.
No. I love Brodus. I would have never intentionally hurt him. No, ma'am.
You did it because he broke your heart.
No, ma'am.
No further questions, John.
Were you in a good state of mind that day?
I was not. I was not.
All day?
I was not my healthy self. No.
When you came to Memphis, did you come to Memphis out of anger or out of love?
I came out of love.
Did Brodus expect you to be there when he walked in?
Yes.
Did that visit go the way that you expected it?
It did not.
Did it end the way you expected it to?
It most definitely did not.
Did you go there to hurt anyone?
No, I did not.
Who did you plan to hurt?
I
that
wanted
day?
to hurt myself. I wanted to end my own life that day. That's it, and that's all.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
No recross, Your Honor.
You may stay.
You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, that concludes our proof on behalf of Ms. Daniels. We rest our case.
All right. We have heard the proof in this case. I'm going to excuse you for the day. You have to hear my speech. We're still not ready to discuss the case. Okay? So I'm going to excuse you for the day. Go have dinner, get a good night's rest, and we'll be ready to work in the morning. So I'm going to show you an excuse so that you can leave your notepads and your pens in your chairs.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we would like to renew the motion for judgment of acquittal. As to count one, we would submit that there has been no evidence of premeditation, most certainly no evidence of cool and calm reflection and judgment. and ask the court if you let this proceed to the jury that it not proceed past a second degree. And then as to count 2, Your Honor, I did some research during the break, and this is an interesting topic. So what we have here is we have 1 count of first degree versus Burtis Perry, 1 count of criminal attempt first degree versus Tabitha Perry. State v. Millen addresses the issue where if yes, Your Honor, I do. Except my computer shut down while I was talking. Millen v. State is Supreme Court of Tennessee, 988 Southwest 2nd. 988 Southwest 2nd, 164. And what this case is, a person attempting to kill person A and instead killing person
Got some dumbasses over here, boy, in this chat over here, boy, I swear.
What the court said is that in that instance,
Now, I can't say it's rigged because, god daggone, she black.
Murder in the perpetration of an attempted premeditated murder.
What the hell kind of shit is that?
Then we move to Kimbrough v. State, which
I can't believe they wasted this much of the tax people pay us money today, man. This is crazy. They had about 5 breaks. This case could have been over yesterday.
Criminal attempt felony murder is not an offense. So what we have here is an allegation of attempted premeditated murder, where that person was in fact died, and then an attempted murder during that allegations of an attempted murder during that premeditated murder, which, if Miss Perry had died, would have been a felony murder. Except attempted felony murder is not an offense in Tennessee. So unless there was, I think that those 2 cases together preclude transferred intent for that criminal attempt first when the person that was intended to be shot was. It is a very unique and interesting interplay of the law, and but I do think that we absolutely have no evidence that Ms. Daniels was attempting to even shoot Tabitha Perry, much less kill her. The evidence that Tabitha Archie provided, she told police that she did not even think that Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her. So, Your Honor, I would submit, again, as to Ms. Tabitha Perry, that it is more appropriately a reckless endangerment. And I'm still working on that site for Kimbrough.
What kind of shit is that?
And Your Honor, if the court does not hold the criminal attempt to the jury, then the employing a firearm would not apply as well, unless it got down to a criminal attempt to a reckless endangerment. But again, I don't think that the necessary mens rea for criminal intent first-degree murder has been established, and I don't think that the transferred intent is appropriate in that context.
That case, as I understand it, probably does not preclude transferred intent, and that's a doctrine that's well established. She was trying to kill somebody else and hit somebody else, and that's transferred intent. It's like, as I said before, it's in the jury charge. There's absolutely proof of premeditation on the first-degree murder, at least taken in a light most favorable to the state. She went to Arkansas, bought a gun, drove 3 hours, showed up at his house and shot and killed him. So again, I think they're jury questions, and ask the court to overrule the motion.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look at those cases. I'll give you a ruling on that in the morning on those last two. Cause I'm gonna have to read those, and you can give me that cite for Kimbrough v. State. But I can go ahead and rule on the first-degree murder. And the standard again is that after viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trial fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense. And based on the court's previous ruling and even hearing the additional proof presented by the defense, it's simply a jury question as to what her state of mind is. And so I think at this point there's enough evidence for this matter to proceed to the trial on the first-degree murder charge. And then as far as the criminal intent first-degree murder and the employment of firearm, I need to look at those cases, and I'll give you a ruling in the morning.
That citation on Kimbrough, which is Kinbrough, is 924 Southwest 2nd, 888, Tennessee, 1996.
And can you give me that site again on Millen? It's Millen?
Yes.
And
that is 988.
988, okay.
Southwest 2nd, 164, Tennessee, 1999.
Okay. All right, I'll look at those cases and I'll give you a ruling on that in the morning. So I sent out the instructions. If you could review those and let me know what changes we can have a jury conference in the morning before we charge.
Give that damn woman no damn sympathy whatsoever. Mental abuse my ass. She was capable enough to goddamn drive to the damn to his damn state. Black female judge better not play. They better nail her to the wall. Don't sit out here.
She got on the stand in her own defense. Terrible move. She tried it though. She tried that. Oh, he had rough sex with me. He didn't beat her. He had rough sex with you. You wanted to break up with him, but you also want to know why he broke up with you through a text message. Because breaking up in person, he probably would have got killed a lot sooner if he had broke up with you. But you was gonna break up with him. He broke up with you, and you wanted to know why. Does it matter if you wanted to end it first? Guilty.
Guilty as hell. I don't want to hear nothing about no damn mental abuse, none of that shit. Her ass was smart enough to go buy a goddamn gun and pull up to his crib. I don't want to hear nothing about